We are finally back from intermission, and I'm very excited to introduce Principal Patrick Bachman. How are you doing today, Mr. Bachman?
I'm doing very well, JJ. Thank you so much for asking.
Yeah, of course. My first question for you is, how long have you been working in a school setting, and what did your career look like leading up to being a principal?
My first year in education was 2000. I was a special education teacher at East Stroudsburg High School, which is on the other side of the state and kind of the area that I grew up in. I was an emotional support teacher, transition coordinator, whole different type of bunch of special ed positions before I eventually then became a dean of students and then assistant principal.
That's really cool.
Thank you.
My second question for you is, what made you want to be a principal, and is this something you knew you've always wanted to do?
Yeah, so when I was younger, we had a young man that lived across the street from me who had some special needs. He was like 20 years old when I was like probably 12 or 13. And after school, we would play all the time. And, you know, it was just something I was always drawn to, working with kids that just needed some extra help, and something I was always really passionate about.
So you've always kind of known that you wanted to work in a school setting.
I think so, yeah, absolutely.
That's really awesome. My third question is, I understand this job can be stressful at times. Can you tell me how you handle the hard situations?
I will tell you that I have some of the greatest supports, individual people helping me out at all times. Your mom is one of them. The other assistants in the main office, our school counselors, our custodians, the folks that work in food service, our staff, our teachers. I mean, like, when times become difficult and tough or stressful, that group of 60 to 70 to 80 people just really rise up and always stand out on top to do the right thing. So I am lucky and grateful to have the support of those folks. They do a terrific job here. Really makes my job look like I'm doing something good.
Yeah, I mean, it really does help to have that big group around
Without
you to help
question.
you with all those hard difficulties with the job. My next question is, what are some things that you would like to do here at Plum, and is there any new initiatives that you'd like to implement?
Yeah, so I think we want to continue highlighting the great things that we do. You know, like, just look around today. Obviously, one of the great things that we do here is this production, and you guys have been working on this since the very first day of school. But, you know, we've also asked Mr. Barat to start doing our morning show, which you guys have done a great job of that as well. So, again, I think as we look to continue to highlight the things that we do really well already, and then maybe strengthen some of the things that we think need to be built upon by listening to you guys, the students, our kids, by listening to parents, our community members. Those are things that we're going to look to do.
Yeah, I really look forward to seeing what new stuff comes in the near future.
Great.
My next question is, this is my favorite question. Can you tell me what a day as the principal looks like for you?
So I try to get here fairly early. I usually come in, and me and Mrs. Hepner are fairly close to coming in at the same time. My first question to her is always like, hey, what's our attendance look like? So once we have an understanding of what we need to do to just get the day started and have enough supervision for kids, it's kind of sitting down, looking at my calendar, seeing what's on there, responding back to emails, getting reports done, getting out into the classrooms, cafeteria, or just talking to students or staff.
So you would say your schedule kind of depends on the day, and it kind of changes.
And I think
each day.
that was one of the things that when I started thinking about, do I want to stay in teaching? Do I not want to stay in teaching? You know, moving into administration, I knew that my day wouldn't be so bell rings, this is what I do. Bell rings, this is what I do. So that's one of the things I really like about being in the administrative realm.
Yeah, I look for that when I'm looking for my future jobs. I
Great.
don't want to be doing the same thing every day. I
Yep.
look for the variety of
And
things.
you should be a principal.
I should. Maybe I should. Last question for you today. Oh, sorry, I missed one. What is your favorite subject to observe as an administrator?
I love spending time in our classrooms where some of our most neediest students are. I really enjoy seeing our partners classes where those students are interacting with kids like yourself or kids that are on a sports team or in theater. I like going into algebra classes. I taught some algebra myself. I enjoy social studies. And I always like going into Dr. Machoni's classes. I think they're fun as well.
Yeah, I like physics, so I can
Okay.
agree with that one.
Good for you.
All right, my real last question for you today is, what is your funniest holiday memory?
So I can remember years and years ago, we had a fake Christmas tree that we always put up in our house, and we were getting ready to bring it upstairs from the basement. And earlier that summer, my dad had gotten mad at my brother and I because we were doing something probably stupid or foolish in the basement. And my dad always kind of talked with his hands. And as he was encouraging us to do something else, his wedding ring fell off. And looked for it all over the basement, couldn't find it. And in fact, for that Christmas, my mom's present to him was a new wedding ring.
Wow.
So lo and behold, we're moving the Christmas tree up from the basement into wherever we set it up in the house. And what do we hear? Pink, 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 hitting off the bottom of the concrete floor is my dad's wedding ring. And I still think about it today, and he's been gone forever. But like, that's one of those stories that I won't forget. And the fact that we found it was incredible.
Yeah, that really is amazing.
And then, I'm assuming my mom had to return the new one that she purchased.
Yeah. So thank you, Mr. Bachman. I've been told that you're holding a very important second place envelope for the 11th period competition.
I do have an envelope here.
And the winner is awarded with food of their choice for the class. Would you care to share with us?
I would. I'm going to have you hold that. I don't want to drop anything. And the second place winner of the 11th period competition is Master Sergeant Butler. Congratulations to Master Sergeant Butler and his class. Have a great holiday, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, JJ. I appreciate it.
Thanks again, Mr. Bachman. I'm pleased to send over to TJ with our next special guest.
Thank you, JJ. I'm joined here today with one of Plum's alumni, Maddie Nisley, a professional wrestler for the WWE, also known as Thea Hale. How are you doing today, Maddie?
I'm really good, TJ. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic.
Awesome.
What was your journey to the WWE like after graduating from Plum?
Okay, well, I was still in Plum, so it's kind of funny. I ended up joining a professional wrestling school when I was in my junior year, and ended up landing a tryout my senior year, and tried out, made it, which was insane. And then I moved down in February of my senior year, did some classes online, got the credits, graduated, and then have been doing it ever since.
So you were doing a little bit of multitasking.
I was multitasking.
That sounds fun.
Thank you. It was not.
So my next question for you is actually, how did you balance school and work during your senior year of high school?
My teachers were absolutely incredible. People like Mr. Barat, just really good at making sure I was taken care of. They knew my schedule was pretty hectic. They were really good at just being like, here's the work for this week. Just get it done when you can get it done. So teachers for sure were like the biggest savior in that. But it was a lot of car rides to wrestling where my dad drove and I would do my homework in the car as he drove. So we got it done. It was a struggle, but we did it.
So your teachers were a little lenient with
A
you?
little lenient. Just
Just a little bit.
a little bit, a lot of it.
What is your training like as Thea Hale?
Okay. It's very hectic, but very, very enjoyable. We have in-ring training, so that's just kind of getting like your moves down, just like ring awareness, everything that you do inside the ring. And then we'll have a lifting kind of class. They'll give you a program, whatever fits you best, and then you kind of do that. And we have promo classes that you work on your character stuff. That's where you'll kind of figure out who you are, what you do, and what you're about. And that's also how you can kind of pitch things to creative to get stuff onto TV. So Thea Hale was formed in a promo class, and we pitched that to our creative team, and that's how that kind of got picked up on to TV.
So you're not only building yourself physically, but you're also building the background of your character.
Yes.
That's
Very
really cool to hear.
Thank.
What is one of the biggest advantages of living in Florida, and what is a disadvantage of living far from home?
I mean, the weather is wonderful. I love Florida
I
weather,
bet.
and Disney's there, and I love Disney and Universal. So it's a very fun area to be around. There's a lot to do, a lot to keep busy. However, I do really miss home because that's where my family is. So I miss my little sister, my mom and my dad. So I feel like that's definitely home, but Orlando is a nice little home away from home.
Yeah, Orlando, you know, there's a lot of things to do. You're never really bored.
No.
But like you said, home is where the heart is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how has WWE changed you?
Certainly for the better. I feel like it is definitely like my family away from family, the way that home away from home. I have the most amazing mentors there, the best coaches in the world, best creative team. I mean, Shawn Michaels, Matt Bloom, like everyone like that is just so like helpful, and as well as just like professionally and personally. And that's a super, super cool thing to have, as well as like, I mean, I was working so closely with Andre Chase, Duke Hudson, and they are like my big brothers. So it's amazing to have people like that. I feel like it has made me learn a lot of like being flexible with your time. I feel like before starting this job, I was very like OCD with times and being like, this is at this time and this is at this time. And it's a very like constantly changing, constantly evolving. You could be doing something at 2 p.m. and just kidding, we're doing it at 11 now. And you just roll with it. So I've gotten really good at being on the ball with things.
You have to be on the ball, always.
Always.
Exactly. Well, what important lessons have you learned from your experience with the WWE?
Ooh.
It's an interesting question.
It's a really good question. I feel like it's just, I've just learned so much about, I feel like, life as much as like professional wrestling. I feel like you learn about the entertainment aspect, but it's just like to see how many people we do actually reach and how much of an impact that this has on people in such a positive way. It's just taught me to be very appreciative for the life that I live, and just appreciative for what I have, and just I live a really amazing life. I have amazing people around me, and it just, you know, is a very, very cool thing. So it's just given me an appreciation for all walks of life as well as my own.
So there really is a deeper meaning to it than just wrestling.
Absolutely.
And you impact so many different people.
Thank you.
What was your biggest injury that you have received, and how did the recovery process go?
So I have been so fortunate. I actually haven't been faced with any like major injuries. I mean, my body is hurting on a constant basis. I, you know, fall
Always
on
bumps and
wood for a
bruises.
living. But no, I'm in pain a lot, but we do have an amazing medical staff that will help you rehab whatever you do need, and just very good at just getting you in with a doctor immediately and all that kind of cool stuff. So God bless, I have not, but for the people that do, we have an amazing team.
Well, I wish you the best health in the future.
Thank you.
Lastly, would you rather spend the holiday at home or at a destination?
I would absolutely say at home, because I feel like I'm at a destination all the time. I like Pittsburgh for my holidays. It's like I'm home and it feels like home. So
Would you consider where you live now a destination?
I feel like it's a destination, but it's my home and a destination. This is home.
So you grew up here. This is where your roots are from.
Yes.
It's very nice to hear.
Thanks.
Well, thank you, Maddie. Congratulations on all of your accomplishments, and best of luck in the future.
Thank you so much. And remember, if you want to donate to Make-A-Wish on behalf of Plum, please call 412-471-WISH or 412-471-9474. Bye, guys. And next up is Nick interviewing Mr. Barat. See you, Mr. Barat.
All right, thank you, TJ, and thank you, Theo. Now I'm here with Mr. Barat, the man behind the whole telethon. So, Mr. Barat, you usually come out at the end of this thing. So, can you kind of explain everything that's going on so far and how everything's going?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Does Manny Nisley, though, like being at home because mom cooks for her and stuff? That's what I want to know. Taylor, I can see Taylor behind the camera shaking her head. Yeah. Does Nicole do the laundry? Yeah. I knew it. Okay. No, Nick, thanks for, it's different being out here right now. I always, besides my family, I was on here a little bit earlier and come on at the end. The show's going really well.
Yeah.
We're almost at 1 p.m. now. And, the show started at 6:45. I think it's going well. The camera operators are doing a good job. I'd say most of the floor directors are doing a good, all the floor directors are doing a good job. The hosts are doing a great job. You're doing a great job. We know you were absent yesterday. You're a little sick,
a little bit.
but you're doing great so far. That's wonderful. Unfortunately, one of my former students, Nick, Chef, I can't replace him, Steve Fabian. He was supposed to be here, but something came up, and
Yep.
he couldn't come. So that's okay.
Yeah.
Hey, sorry to interrupt, guys, but
Oh.
we just got a video from Steve Fabian. Do you want me to cue it up?
Yeah, can you?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
Let's cue it up.
Boys in the back, cue it up.
Okay, so I guess Steve Fabian's not here. He said he might be able to send something. So let's see if we have the Steve Fabian video, and we'll see what happens.
This just in, we interrupt this regularly scheduled Plum Mustangs Make-A-Wish Telethon with a very important message. Ladies and gentlemen, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. It is I, class of 2002 graduate, TV 5000 alumni, Steven Lasowski, former Telethon host way back in 2001. Of course, you also may know me as Stephen Fabian. Fabian is my middle name. I'm a correspondent for Inside Edition, seen coast to coast on Channel 4 there in Pittsburgh at 7 o'clock. Anyways, listen, I'm sorry to interrupt this broadcast. I'm sure Mr. Barat was saying something very interesting, but I had to come on here and say I do normally love to stop by in person every year to spend some time with you guys during the telethon, but I had some issues getting there. I have 4 kids, so everything is very difficult, and I had to cancel last minute, but I thought, what could I do to make it up for you? And I thought I could dress in my Sunday best, this wonderful, look at this, I got a star on my head, this gorgeous, this is actually a dress, believe it or not, from Forever 21, ladies and gentlemen. I thought I could wear this for you to make up me not being there. So first and foremost, here I am, and let's remember the reason we're here. Everyone, call in. If you're watching this, call in and donate right now. The number, 412-471-9474. Again, 412-471-9474. This is the best cause. Any little bit counts. We're talking about making dreams come true for kids in need. We're talking $5, $10, $50, whatever you can do, call. Again, 412-471-9474. So I wanted to say that first and foremost, but secondly, to you students, that means all you hosts, the camera operators, all the people behind the scenes, great work. You're going to remember this day forever. I can tell you right now, I remember hosting the telethon way back in 2001, I guess. I was class of 2002, so this would have been 2001. We're talking 24 years ago. An amazing day, an amazing experience. I loved it so much. It really was the start of my broadcasting career. And it's still something I talk about to this day, right? Like, I was 17 years old and hosted a live telethon. I think we raised $73,000 way back when. I mean, amazing stuff. So you should all be very proud of how hard you worked this year to make this happen. This is very, very cool. It's teaching you some tough lessons, I think, about making TV, being prepared, working together, thinking on your toes. And that's really an important message to anybody who's thinking about getting into this business. I would encourage you to learn as many things as you can. That means if you want to be in front of the camera, let's say you're one of the hosts there today, you want to be in front of the camera, learn how to shoot, learn how to edit, learn how to write, learn how to produce. Let's say you just want to be a producer, you have no interest in being in front of the camera. I would say still learn how to be in front of the camera because it helps you work together better as a team later on. Nobody in my world wants to work with somebody who just wants to do that one thing, just wants to edit or just wants to shoot or just wants to write or just wants to be in front of the camera. So learn as much as you can and you'll be a better coworker to all of the people you may work with all over the place. And I have a specific message for my buddy Chef. Chef, my friend, I'm sorry I couldn't be there to hang with you. I know you were going to interview me on the show today, but we are pretty similar. I got to say, I was a football player as well for Plum Mustang football, number 12, and I understand you are as well. I also did not take TV1. I also convinced Mr. Barat to let me into TV2, which I later created TV 5000. If you don't know about TV 5000, look it up. We were legends back in the day. So you're on the right path, my friend. I was a host for the telethon as well. And hey, if you ever have any questions, man, let's stay in touch. Again, I'm sorry I couldn't be there to be there in person, Chef. But Barat, did send over some of your questions, and I thought I'd tackle one or two here. One of them was about the biggest challenge being a journalist in my field at Inside Edition, and I think it's probably to learn about being prepared to be unprepared. That sounds weird, right? Being prepared to be unprepared. I sort of just came up with it, but people ask me all the time, like, what are you covering tomorrow? And 9 times out of 10, I just do not know. I do not know when I wake up in the morning. I have no idea. You kind of have to be ready for anything. I wake up, I head to work, and sometimes I'm helping a group of school lunch ladies with a extreme makeover where we do their hair and makeup and dresses and that kind of stuff. Or I'm in the middle of a riot or protests in New York City or all over the country, or I'm investigating a murder and I've got to ask somebody some tough questions. Lately on the show, recently I dressed up in a bear suit and showed how people were trying to scam their insurance company by saying a bear came and wrecked my car, but really it was just them in a bear suit scratching up the back seat. So like, you have to be ready for anything. Maybe it's dressing up in this awesome Forever 21 Christmas tree ensemble. So I also say be prepared for a part of your day to be extremely chaotic. Be prepared to get thrown into something where you kind of feel like it's the last minute and you didn't have any time to do your research and really sink your teeth into it, but you gotta have to get what you need to get. You need to get the shot, or you need to ask the right questions. So you have to be a quick learner and you have to think on your feet. I used to get frustrated or flustered when this would happen. I've been doing this job for 10 years now, but eventually I learned, hey, you have to expect it. You have to expect the chaos and plan for it and plan ahead. And then I realized that's just kind of part of the gig. And now my days are a lot easier because I learned this lesson. In TV, things will never go according to plan. You can write everything out, your shot list, what you plan to say, how you're going to ask this question, what you're going to shoot. It will never go perfectly, so you have to be ready for that. You got to roll with the punches, just like today. I wish I could be there with you. Mr. Barat said, hey, maybe you could send in something. And I said, oh my gosh, sure. So my mind starts going, I'm starting to think, how can I pull this off? I'm mic'd up right now. I got my lav mic on my Christmas tree right here. See? So yeah, especially on a live broadcast, you just have to think on your toes, be ready, don't freeze up, and just remember, you got this. I always think about when Mr. Barat told me a long time ago, I was nervous about going into an interview for my first job. He said, just be yourself. Just do you. And honestly, that's the best advice I can give for any of you guys. Before I move on to what we're really here for, ladies and gentlemen, again, if you're watching, please call and donate 412-471-9474. I wore this ridiculous Christmas tree outfit, guys. It's worth $5. It's worth $5 for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. I look like a complete idiot. All right, look, I have a mustache because I'm on Christmas vacation right now. Just $5. But that brings me to the boss man himself, Mr. Richard L. Barat, the man, the myth, the legend, the Mr. Miyagi to my Karate Kid, the Jim Leland to my Andy Van Slyke or Jose Lean for all you 1990s Pittsburgh Pirates fans. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. I usually try to come on in there and make fun of you and, bust your chops a little bit, but I'm not going to do that this year. I just want to take time out to say, look, I know how hard you work during this time of year. It's a lot of hours. You're organizing the students. You're really the only adult in the room, kind of. And that's a tough gig, and you do it all for a good cause, and you've been doing it now for almost a quarter century. Is that true? That's insane. You've raised so much money, and I commend you for it. And you take time away from your family. I mean, you're married. I love Jen. Shout out to Jen. And you have 3 kids, so you're taking time away from that. I mean, I have 4 kids, which is harder. It's tougher than having 3 kids. 4 is bigger than 3. Yeah, and I mean, I've one-upped you there. I've one-upped you there on the children having, and I'm just a better dad overall because I dressed up in this Christmas tree outfit. But that's neither here nor there. That's neither here nor there. I do want to say good work, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be a telethon host all those years ago. I really appreciate it. It got me to this point where I can wear a Forever 21 Christmas tree suit on the telethon once again. And before I go, last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, this is the most important part of the holiday season. I want you to look at this. This is a gorgeous, gorgeous picture of Mr. Barat, myself, and Jada Frank from probably 2001, 2002 era. Barat is sporting the most square head and haircut you've ever seen in your entire life, with a goatee that is reminiscent of Kenny Powers. Yes, Kenny Powers from Eastbound and Down, absolutely. The tie tied tightly and also very long, extremely long. And then you've got over his one shoulder there, that's Jada Frank, my longest best friend ever, and TV 5000 cohort, who just looks kind of like a little nerd, just a little nerdy guy. That's kind of how he looks now. And then me, this is an embarrassing photo of me as well. I think I had just taken swim class, maybe, so my hair was all disheveled and I look just gross. I think I still have that shirt, sadly. That's how long I hold on to things. But yeah, this was a picture where we told the photographer that we were Barat's sons, and they believed us and took this picture. They were supposed to put it in the yearbook, but they never did, and they made a huge mistake. But yeah, Barat there, wow. I mean, he looks better now. He's aged in reverse, if that's possible. And I look just, wow, that's embarrassing. And what's going on with my face and smile, and oof. I should have worn a Christmas tree outfit. But that's it, guys. Listen, again, so sorry I couldn't be there. I wish I could. Keep up the good work. You will remember this day, and it's a badge of honor going through Plum High School to be involved with the telethon, and I give you as many kudos as possible for the job you're doing. I promise I'll be there next year for year 25, and happy holidays to everybody out there watching, and go Steelers.
Thanks, Steve, for that great video. Thank you for that great advice, and I really wish you were here, but you know what? I think that Christmas tree costume really made up for it. So thank you a lot, and now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to turn your attention to the Holiday Park film crew, Josh Cobbin and Joe Brzezinski, and as I ask them some questions. How are you guys doing this morning?
Good, how are you?
Good. I'm doing great. So first question is for Josh. What were some of the best moments filming at Holiday Park?
I thought it was cool, to see your old teachers,
Yeah.
see the old building I used to go to, and I even got to see my new basketball coach, Coach Puchka, which was cool.
Yeah, very nostalgic, I guess. So, Joe, what was it like to see your mom whenever you're going to Holiday Park?
Oh, it was great seeing her. Before we would go, before we'd go to go film, I'd stop at like Sheetz or McDonald's and grab her something on her way to work. Both my little sisters are in the school district, so I got to see my younger sister Penny. But it was a great experience, and sadly my dad isn't in the district too, so shout him out. But yeah, that's about it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Josh, did you run into any major problems during your time filming?
Yeah, we did. The first day we went to film the Jogathon, whenever we came back to look at the shots, the SD card was blank. So we ended up having to get a new SD card and go back out there and film it all over again.
Oh, wow. That is not ideal.
No.
No. So this is for both of you. Do any of you inspire or aspire to be film artists in the future?
Yeah, I think that's something I'm definitely interested in. Right now, obviously I'm a junior, still trying to figure out the whole college situation and what I want to do in the future. But right now, like sports media, some type of something with sports, and working a camera and either being in front of it or behind it, just trying to figure out what I want to do.
Yeah. What about you, Josh?
Yeah, I think it's still a possibility. I don't know, haven't narrowed down to what I want to do yet at college, but I think it's still definitely a possibility.
Yeah, definitely. It is a great field to go into. So, for your last question, what are both your favorite Christmas songs of all time?
I would have to say Jingle Bells.
Jingle Bells?
I think the greatest song of all time is Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Could you sing that for us?
You know Dasher, you know Dancer, you know Prancer, you know Vixen, Comet and Cupid and Donner and Blitzen. But do you recall the most famous reindeer of all? Come on, Josh, let's hear it.
Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer
had a very shiny nose.
And if you ever saw it, you would even say it glows.
All right. Thank you for that. Okay. All right, I appreciate this chance to engage with you guys, and now please enjoy that video that these students put so much hard work into.
Hi, I'm Jesse Stead, here with...
Joseph Burns, president of HPI.
How does it feel to be president of HPI?
It's really good. I like helping and benefiting the school.
How many laps did you run?
12,
What was your goal?
like 11 or 12.
Do you know what Make-A-Wish is for?
Yes, it's to help kids with terminal illnesses.
And what's your favorite part about the Jogathon?
Just running around with my friends and raising money for the children in need.
That's great. Back to you guys.
Hi, this is Joe Brzezinski, and who am I here with today?
Grayson Irwin and Jackson Blow.
Nice to meet you guys. How many laps did you guys run today?
12.
That's good. Way to go. What was your guys' goal this year?
10 to 12. 19.
19. That's a lot. Do you know what Make-A-Wish is for?
Yeah. Yes.
What's your guys' favorite part of the Jogathon?
Having free time and donating to the kids in need. Raising money for the kids in need.
That's awesome. Way to go, guys. Back to you. Hi, this is Joe Brzezinski, and who am I here with?
Preston,
Nice to meet you, Preston. How many laps did you run today?
9,
9 laps. That's awesome. What was your goal?
9,
All right, way to hit your goal. What's your favorite part of the Jogathon this year?
donating money for people in need.
That's awesome. Do you know what Make-A-Wish is for?
Yes, helping people with what they want to be able to do.
That's awesome. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Hi, I'm Josh Codman, here with...
Mr. Schaefer.
How long have you been a part of Make-A-Wish Jogathon?
I've been with Make-A-Wish Jogathon since the beginnings. It all started back in the late 1990s with Mrs. Baldessari coming up with an idea of how we can raise money for Make-A-Wish. And her dream was for all the students to go get sponsors to run laps around the track. And we were figuring maybe a couple $100 that the kids would be able to bring in. And to our shock, the very first year that we did the Jogathon, it raised over $5,000. It's just amazing what the community here in Plum will do to help out with Make-A-Wish.
Yeah, that is impressive. How much money did Holiday Park raise this year with the Jogathon?
The collections are still coming in, but we're over $7,000. Our goal is to raise at least $10,000, and that would be able to grant one wish through Make-A-Wish. We will be doing some other events throughout the year. The Jogathon, though, is our biggest one, and we're over $7,000 right now.
That is impressive. What is your favorite part about raising money for Make-A-Wish?
My favorite part, and I tell the students this, is I actually get to see students, my old students. I can always remember Ryan Patriga, one of my first students that I had that was able to have a wish granted from Make-A-Wish, and he wanted to go to the Pro Bowl. And he was contacted with Make-A-Wish, and they made that wish reality. And he was able to go and see all of his famous football players that he was so impressed with. And that memory lasted eternity for him, but also with me. And that's why I do it. I want to have that same experience with the kids so they can see where their monies are going to help these less fortunate or kids that have these terminal diseases.
That's an awesome story. What do you hope the students gain out of raising money for Make-A-Wish?
My biggest goal is that they understand it's not all about themselves. There's other people in need, and to give some extra money, a couple dollars here, a couple dollars there for Make-A-Wish, and how it is benefiting other kids here in Plum is very valuable for them. It's not all about them.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Sending it back.
This is Joe Brzezinski, and who am I here with today?
Gabriella.
Nice to meet you. How many laps did you run today?
7.
Nice, that's awesome. What was your goal?
10.
Oh, you almost had it. What's your favorite part of the jogathon?
Spending time with my friends and helping kids in need.
That's awesome. Do you know what Make-A-Wish is about?
Yeah, it's raising money for kids in need and helping them accomplish their dreams.
That's great. Back to you guys.
Hi, I'm Josh Codman, here with.
Anthony Vereen, treasurer of HPI.
What do you do as treasurer of HPI?
Manage money.
That's cool. How many laps did you run in the jogathon?
19, maybe 20.
That's impressive. What did you want to achieve when running these laps?
For both days, probably 20, but for one day, probably 12.
That's still good. What is your favorite part about the jogathon?
So first, probably going around with my friends and playing little games, like talking and also raising money.
That's cool. Do you know what Make-A-Wish is for?
It's for kids with terminal illnesses that really want something that they might not be able to achieve.
Yeah. Thank you. Sending it back.
Hi, I'm Jesse Stead, here with.
Bill Evans.
What is your position in Make-A-Wish?
I am a lifelong, lifetime volunteer.
How long have you been part of Make-A-Wish?
Somewhere around 35 years now.
What does Make-A-Wish mean to you?
Make-A-Wish is, it's part of my life. I will, to the day I take my last breath, I'll be always with Make-A-Wish.
That's great. And what is the biggest thing, and what does Make-A-Wish mean for you?
It's my reason here today, if you don't mind, if it's so important for what Plum School District, what these children, their families, what Mr. Barat, what all the teachers, all the administrators have done over the last 23 years. I told a story that when the first telethon took place, Fox Chapel, they were in their 10th year, and their goal was to raise $50,000. Plum School District in their first year raised over $50,000. They have now, I believe it was in the 22nd year, and I apologize if I'm incorrect, but you are now over $1 million. People don't realize what that means. My son, he could not leave the hospital. His hero was Dan Marino. He couldn't leave, so when we contacted Dan Marino, and this was 30 years ago, he sent my son a check for $5,000. That money eventually went to Make-A-Wish, along with a lot of other. On one Saturday in Plum Borough, everybody stopped. Plum Borough's residents raised over $19,000 in one day. And again, $1 million. You add that up. These children, these teachers, I hope and pray, like I asked them today, to thank their teachers, thank their parents, but more important, I want to thank everybody in Plum Borough. I lived here 30 years, right down the street from here. I will be here forever. So thank you, and by the way, thank the television crew. You guys did a heck of a job. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
On behalf of Holiday Park Intermediate students, parents, faculty, and staff,
we present this check to Make-A-Wish
in the amount of $10,479.63.
We would like to wish everyone a
Happy Holidays!
Great job to Holiday Park Intermediate for raising $10,660. This takes our grand total to $23,337.25. Thank you to all the students who helped fundraise for Make-A-Wish, and if you would like to make a donation to Make-A-Wish, please call 412-471-WISH. That is 412-471-9474. I would like to introduce Cassie with Plum's Distinguished Alumni.
Thank you so much, Nick. I'm here now with Plum Distinguished Alumni, Margie Evans, Terry Snepnick, and Michelle Gallagher. How are you all doing this morning?
Great, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you for asking. And Margie, when you heard that you were going to be named one of Plum's Distinguished Alumni, what types of emotions did you feel and why?
I was extremely honored to be considered among the distinguished alumni. I have lived in Plum almost all my life, raised my children here, worked in the school district, so I have a great deal of respect for the community and for the school district, so I was honored. I was also honored as an educator because I believe educators are so important to all of our students and community members, and I think when one educator is honored, it's a reflection of all the educators in the school district.
I completely agree, and that was really well worded. Michelle, can you tell us about the Plum Distinguished Alumni Committee and what is it like to honor those members and their achievements?
Okay, well, the Plum Distinguished Alumni Committee was created about 14 years ago, and it was created from a retired school teacher, Bob Ford, and he had the vision to start honoring some of the Plum graduates that had walked through these halls, and he created a committee, and now we've honored over 70 Plum High School graduates over the 14-year span. And to me personally, part of Plumboro, a graduate of Plumboro, to be on the committee is so rewarding because we get to identify the remarkable people that did graduate through Plum, and it is an honor to be on this committee.
Yeah, wow, that is very touching. And Terry, do you have something to add?
I was just going to add that it's so important for us to have people nominate former grads. We know that there are many, many Plum graduates who are distinguished, and we really appreciate those who nominate them. The easiest way to find our website is to go directly to www.plumdistinguishedalumni.com. You can also find our website by going on the district website and looking at about our district. There you'll be able to see the history of the committee, all of the people who have been inducted, and an opportunity to nominate a graduate. And we really, really encourage you to do that. We're very proud of our Plum graduates, and we really enjoy recognizing them.
And that's definitely something to be proud about. And Terry, how rewarding is it to be on the Distinguished Alumni Committee?
It's been very rewarding. We get a chance to meet some great people. A lot of times I think when people think about our community or you think about people that you know, you just don't find the different professions. We've had people that are super successful in business or music. One of my favorites was one of our distinguished alumni that she was in the movie business. She was actually a makeup artist.
Wow.
And she had did, from Edward Scissorhands to the Hunger Games. It was very interesting. And you meet great people, too, from Plum. Yeah. So it's been fantastic.
That is truly amazing. And to know someone from the Hunger Games or do their makeup, that's awesome.
If I could just add, it's also very important for us to involve students. That was something that Mr. Ford wanted, and we do each year have a student ambassador for each of the inductees, and that ambassador introduces them, takes them on a tour of the high school, and really gets to know that person. We also have our program. Mr. Dennis Swager has students design a program cover for us. This is a copy of this year's program. The concert choir performs at our wall induction ceremony, and Mr. Bronchi has string students play at our banquet. And that involvement with students and that knowledge that our students see what Plum grads can accomplish, we hope sets a goal for them and sets the bar high for them in their own endeavors.
Just from hearing you all talk, I can tell a lot of time and hard work goes into this. Now, I would love to hear from you all your most memorable experience from Plum High School.
Oh. As a 1990 graduate, my most memorable was being Maria in West Side Story.
I guess I'm going to say mine would be making the winning putt and our golf team to win the Keystone Conference Championship.
That's awesome.
Well, I don't have any of those celebrated stories to tell, but honestly, when I think back in high school, I really feel that the rapport I had with many of my teachers led me to my career in education. So I'd have to say, in general, the rapport I had with the staff here at Plum High School.
That's very touching.
Spoken as a true educator, too.
And now I have one holiday question for you guys. What is your favorite holiday tradition each of you have?
It's just Christmas Eve in general. We had started out in my family, I have a very large family in Plum. We would celebrate Vilia. It's a Byzantine, Ukrainian type of Christmas Eve celebration. And as you know, families get bigger and they start to go different places, we do a smaller one. So I would have to say Christmas Eve in Vilia.
Actually, I'd have to say our best holiday tradition I'm not a part of. My husband and my son, David, who is a teacher at Holiday Park, have gone to see a musical Christmas Carol for 32 consecutive years. And the past 2 years, our grandson has joined them. And we have a lot of holiday traditions, but I just think that's one special for them.
It's very interesting.
Mine would probably be, and my wife Michelle Stepnick is on the school board and stuff, and it was her idea, but we do Grinch night.
Okay.
And this year we have one of the foreign exchange students that we're the host family for, Miguel from Spain.
Okay.
And he'll get to be part of it, but we watch both of the Grinches. We do the cartoon and the Jim Carrey version.
Wow.
Everybody has their Grinch pajamas to wear. We make we have Grinch popcorn, and we have Grinch mugs where we have our cocoa bombs in, and we just have a fun family night.
That is a lot of commitment to the Grinch, and I love it.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much for talking with me today. I really appreciate you guys being here.
Thanks for having us, Kathy.
Thanks for having us, and congratulations on another successful telethon.
Thank you so much.
Happy holidays.
Thanks.
And please remember, if you'd like to make a donation in Plum's name, call the number 412-471-WISH. That number is 412-471-9474. Now I'd like to send it over to Brooke, who will be speaking with Plum School Board.
Thanks, Cassie. Now I'd like to welcome our next special guests, Michelle Stepnick and Mike Caligieri from the Plum School Board. How are you two today?
Doing well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Yeah, doing great as well. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, of course. I'm glad to hear that.
Got that rowdy bunch before us. I don't know.
Yeah. My first question is, are there any new plans for improving our school's facilities and resources?
Sure, I'll speak to this.
Okay.
I guess some of it is my years on the school board, but there are some extensive plans, and I'm very excited for them for Plum Middle School. Much needed, and some additional renovations and expansion onto O Block Elementary, formerly Center, to provide better facilities for our students and more amenities and better tools for learning.
That's very nice. Are there any steps being taken to improve academic performance and outcomes?
Yeah, there's quite a few actually. Probably too many to name right here, but what we've done is brought in some of the most exceptional talent we could, whether that's a teacher, an administrator, a paraprofessional, drivers, you name it. And so we measure against the best schools, and then we implement plans. Mrs. Stepnick and I were part of the team that approved all the new curriculum. We have one more to go, I think. So yeah, that's where we're starting, and we're looking forward to the investment. And the Fine Arts Department was one of those, and that was really a happy moment for us.
Yeah, that's very nice.
I'd like to add one more thing to that, if I could, because Dr. Walsh has been putting a lot of time and effort, along with many members of our community and our staff, but trying to sort of define the portrait of a graduate and what does that look like. And we would ask all of you as students, if you have input, we want to hear it, we want to know it, because we as a board then set that direction, per all of the direction you guys give us and what you want for input. So we should be seeing a portrait of a graduate roll out soon, and that will help all of you be competitive into whatever you go to do after you leave Plum High School.
That's awesome. And Mr. Caligiuri, what are your priorities and goals in your position as part of the school board?
Well, I mean, I only have a couple years left because I won't be running again. So my goal is to make sure that the students are set on a path for the long term for success. That includes helping us to be financially sustainable, that you have the resources you need, making sure that the buildings are the best learning environments possible. So that's my goals over the next 2 years. And I'll have a special focus on special education. That's something actually Mrs. Stepnick and I it's very dear to us.
Yeah, that's very nice. And Ms. Stepnick, how does parents' feedback influence decision making in our school?
For me, it impacts a lot. They're there on the front lines when their kids come home from school. When you all go home and say, I'm struggling with this, or this was awesome, this was a huge success, which I love to hear just as much. I feel like we need to have that consistent flow of dialogue with our parents and our students and all of our stakeholders in the community. And that does, for me personally, when I'm making decisions, does weigh on me tremendously as we make those choices.
Parents' feedback definitely matters. And Mr. Caligiuri, what does a day in your life look like as a school board member?
Oh, geez, it varies. We get calls about things from time to time, and lots of reading, lots of updating, and then trying to network with our colleagues to make decisions that are really important, and it not just impact the students, but the entire community. So no 2 days are the same, except for every Friday when Miss Macro sends us the executive summary that we have to read. So that's a day in the life for us.
That sounds fun.
You could say that.
Ms. Stepnick, what made you choose to pursue a career as part of the school board?
For me, I love students, I love learning, and I have a true passion for education and education as a whole, what goes on in the classroom, what your athletics look like, what your fine arts departments do, and being able to take that student feedback and continuously improving on it. I have a degree in social studies education, and just every one of your successes, I'm probably cheering as loudly as your parents are, as the community is. To me, that's what keeps me wanting to continue to be a school board member.
That's amazing. And for both of you, what is something that you've done for the school district as a whole that you're proud of?
Oh, wow. There's quite a few things. We work as a team, so no one person can really take credit for anything, but I'm really happy with the progress we've made on adding social workers to our groups here throughout the school district. Improving transportation options, and obviously we're tackling the the new building projects, which I think is going to make a huge impact on high quality learning. So those are some exciting things.
That's really nice.
I would say over the years there's so many things. But I'll echo a lot of what Mr. Caligiuri said, and I'll say as of recent, last summer, not this past summer, but the summer previously, some parents came and said, we really love to have these exchange students come and be a part of our school community. And this summer I had the opportunity to bring to my family and say, we need to host Miguel. And this school has been so wonderful. The community has been so wonderful and welcoming to our students that come from EF and that integrate really well. And it's been a complete honor to have Miguel, and I would encourage anybody to host an exchange student. I think my heart will break tremendously when he leaves. But with that said, that has been, I feel, for all of you, a true cultural experience as well.
That's amazing. And for your last question, what is your favorite holiday memory?
I have lots of them, but the one that we laugh about every year, before I got married, my wife and I bought, well, actually after we got married, but before we had kids, we bought a live Christmas tree in our small apartment in Point Breeze, and we put it up and decorated, and it was like 2:30 in the morning and it fell over. And we went scrambling to put it
goodness.
back together. But we weren't like mad. We laughed. And so that's a memory that comes up for us every year. It
Yeah.
makes us smile.
That's so nice.
For me, as a child, was always the wrapping paper fights, right? That went on at my grandmother's with 20,000 people throwing everywhere and having a great time. So that was always very fun. Now I guess we buy these like cotton snowballs we do instead. But as Terry echoed, my favorite holiday tradition and memory that has been since Alex was very little is I do Grinch movie night, and it really is all done up in Grinch pajamas and snacks, and it's very green. But anyway, and that is probably one of my favorites.
That is so nice of you guys. And Miss Stepnick, Mr. Caligiuri, it's time for some telethon trivia. My first question is, how many career sacks does TJ Watt have?
I think I just saw this last weekend. 108?
Correct. My next question is, what is the famous brand that originated in Pittsburgh?
It's got to be Heinz.
Correct. Who was the first hockey player in history of the Penguins and NHL to win a Stanley Cup as a player and an owner?
Letting Mr. Hockey over here.
Mario Lemieux.
3 for 3. Okay. How many bridges are in Pittsburgh?
Man, we got asked this.
We did. We did. It's 400, 446. Yes, 446. Is that right? Maybe?
Correct.
Okay.
And my last question is, what is the yearly festival held in Pittsburgh in July?
Oh, yeah, it's not the Arts Festival. It's Picklesburg.
5 for 5. You got them all correct.
I love pickles.
Me too. Thank you guys for playing. And thank you so much for being here today, and have a wonderful holiday.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for another successful year for
Yeah.
Make-A-Wish. So.
And now let's take you back in time 5 years ago to see our 19th annual Make-A-Wish Telethon.
For Make-A-Wish.
Back in the day. And I'll let you hold the mic.
No, thank you. Steve actually didn't take TV1. He kind of came to me and he wanted to go right in and he wanted to do play-by-play for basketball. And, you know, Jay DeFrank and I and Steve would go. We went to, what, about 9-10 games that year?
Yeah,
we did
yeah.
really good. We did well. It was a lot of fun and, you know.
count. Here we go. 3,
2, 1. Oh!
So how are you feeling right now?
Cold. Sweet, though.
Yes, yummy
And how are you
pie.
feeling?
This is about what I remember from the last time.
Announce that our total as of today is $2,177.13.
Able to raise $6,102.88.
Is proud to present a check from Make-A-Wish in the amount of $9,506.46.
I think year 19 was 5 years ago already. I'm here today with Plum Hockey's coach, John Gratton. How is your day going?
It's good, Fisher. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. My first question for you is, what is your background in athletics and what led you to become a hockey coach?
Yeah, I mean, my background is obviously in hockey. Played here at Plum for 4 years. Also played amateurs for the Junior Pens and played junior hockey in different cities in Buffalo and Minnesota, and played in college as well at Slippery Rock, and now I'm coaching.
There's a very interesting background that you have there. Yeah. How do you develop and implement your coaching philosophy and strategies?
You know, I think first and foremost, it's believe in what you're saying. That's important. You can't just come in there and bark orders and expect things. If you believe in your message and what you're trying to push, I think you're going to have a lot of success in whatever that is. You know, my philosophy is you know, it's pretty simple. You know, I want the athlete that comes into my program to leave a better person than when they came, and I want to win games, and it's really that easy. There is no gray there.
Yeah, as a student athlete, I would say those are some great strategies to tell your players. What are some of the biggest challenges you face as a high school hockey coach, and how do you address them?
I would say one of the biggest challenges is, you know, we're dealing with, you know, teenagers from 14 to 18 years old, and there's a lot of emotions going on there in their everyday life, let alone in athletics. Hockey's an emotional game the whole way through. There's a lot of ups and downs through a game. There's a lot of ups and downs through a season. And just being able to manage those things and be able to keep the message and keep the positivity during the lows that are inevitably going to happen. You know, you look at this year, we started off 1-5, and making sure that they believed that we were the team we could be. In the last 7, we're 6-1. And so keeping that message and keeping the positivity can be a challenge, but it's also fun.
Yeah, keeping up with pace is a great thing to have. Yeah. How do you work to build team chemistry and ensure effective communication among the players?
Yeah, I mean, it's a big part of our game, that's for sure, is communication and really working together as a team. You can't have success in this sport without it. And again, it's just constant repetition of believing what you're saying, doing things off the ice, not just coming to practice and doing all the things that it takes to win games, but being together off the ice and doing different things and building that bond with each other is important.
Yeah, team chemistry is one of the most important
No
parts of being in a sport. Can you share a memorable moment or achievement from your coaching career?
Oh, there's been many. I honestly, at this point in my career, it's being hired as the head coach of Plum. I was a student here, like I said, for 4 years, and coached at Fox Chapel for a little bit. But to be able to come back to Plum and be a part of getting things back on track here was pretty cool.
Yeah, I can see that being a very sentimental
Yeah.
memory. What are your long-term goals for the hockey program here in Plum?
Man, it's to get them back to being a powerhouse that they once were. When I was here in years before, we had a lot of success. Had a lot of success in 2017. They won a Penguin Cup, and things kind of dropped off a little bit, and we seem to be back on the map here, getting into the playoffs last year, having a nice run this year, and I want that to be a constant staple of who Plum is. I want that to be the expectation.
Yeah, giving Plum a good name would be a good thing for the district.
No doubt.
Lastly, would you rather decorate a Christmas tree or a gingerbread house, and why?
Oh, that's a tree. Christmas tree for sure. The gingerbread stuff's way too intricate for me.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Gingerbread houses, they get all messy and cleanups,
I'm good
miserable.
on that. I agree.
Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Can't wait to be at your next game. Please remember, if you would like to donate to Make-A-Wish, you can now through Plum's name by calling 412-471-WISH. Again, the number is 412-471-9474. I would now like to hand it over to Tatum, who's here with last year's Telethon host.
Thank you, Fisher. I am excited to welcome back the 2023 Telethon hosts, Logan Shovel, Allie Pastor, Kate Joyce, Jack Tondrel, and my sister, Pascal Olzak. How are all of you today?
Good.
How are you? Good. It's good to hear. All right, my first question is for Logan. How have you adjusted to the dorm life at IUP, and was this a difficult transition?
No, I mean, it kind of sucks, but I mean, it's all right. I mean, transitioning is you live at a school now. That's the worst part about it.
Yeah,
I mean,
of course.
it's pretty far away. It's an hour away, so I mean, that's about all I
Yeah.
got. I mean, you just
No,
kind
I
of live
got it.
there.
Yeah, it makes sense. Next, Kate, did you find it difficult transitioning from a tight-knit community like Plum to Pitt, which is part of a much larger city?
Honestly, not really, because I grew up in Pittsburgh. I was always down there when I was little. But I knew a lot of people going to Pitt, and I hung out with them, met my roommate before, so I would say it was pretty easy. I would say the class sizes, though, going from 25 people to 200, that was a huge change for me. But overall, not really, so. But I love Pitt.
Well, that's good. I'm glad you adjusted really quickly. Allie, what is your favorite part of school, and what made you choose to attend Pitt?
Honestly, I truly don't even think I have a favorite part. Pitt is just amazing all in all. But choosing Pitt, it wasn't the hardest decision at all. Having my sister there definitely boosted my choice of choosing to go there. But truly, just like Kate said with the community, it's just there's so much to love there. So I feel no matter what, there's never something you won't like there.
That is awesome. I'm really glad to hear that. Jack, how do you balance being a Division I wrestler and a student at Pitt?
I'd just say having a positive mindset, and then also the biggest thing is surrounding yourself with encouraging people like my family and my friends and teammates. It really helps fitting everything together.
Yeah, absolutely. Pascal, it is currently basketball season. How is Allegheny women's basketball doing so far, and what improvements are you looking to make over the rest of the season?
We started off the season a little rough, but it's only been up from there. We're on a 6-game win streak, and we're 5-0 in conference. And I think just filling some gaps in our defense would be the biggest thing we have to work on right now.
You guys are doing an excellent job. Congratulations on the win streak.
Thank you.
And lastly, a question for all of you. How did hosting the telethon last year affect you as a person, and what did it teach you?
I'll go first. I think it really taught me the value of hard work and really pulling something off.
Definitely.
For me, I just remember midterms being right around the same time. And I remember having to go to these practices a little bit late at night. So I would say the time management for me, but it definitely prepared me for college in the best way.
That's great. Logan?
Sorry. I didn't have a mic. I don't know. I think it was a fun experience, and it can kind of put you in a new industry and maybe hopefully inspire you to become a host one day on an actual TV show.
Absolutely.
I'd say for me, probably just being able to get up here and speak in front of so many people, even you don't even know who's watching, but just for your future, you never know what your job could be or who you're going to have to talk in front of. So I think just having the ability to be able to do that is just a great talent to have.
Yeah, definitely.
I'd say communication skills and speaking to a number of adults and having those conversations that are a little more formal than your lunch table talk in high school.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with all of you guys. All right, one last question. Do you prefer skiing, sledding, or snowboarding?
Snowboarding.
Sledding.
I would say snowboarding.
Yeah, I'd probably say snowboarding too.
I'd have to say sledding.
Good answers for all of you. Are you ready for some telethon trivia?
Yeah.
Let's go.
All right. First question. Mele Kalikimaka means Merry Christmas in what language?
Hawaiian.
Correct. In You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch, what 3 words best describe the Grinch?
Is it stink, stink, stunk?
Correct again. In Home Alone, where are the McAllisters going on vacation when they leave Kevin behind?
New York.
Can I change? Paris.
They left him in New York.
Paris was
Those are the
correct.
ones.
What is the name of Rudolph's girlfriend in the movie Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer?
I don't know this one. Jack.
Is it Marie?
The answer was Clarice. Last question. What is the best-selling Christmas song of all time?
All I Want for Christmas Is You.
Mariah Carey.
That is incorrect. It is White Christmas by Bing Crosby. Well, thank you all for your time today. It's wonderful to see you back at PHS, and I hope you have a great rest of your holiday break. I am now sending it to Maddie, who's with the Anderson family.
Thank you so much, Tatum. Now I'm here with the Anderson family, Melissa and Alex Anderson. How are you guys doing today?
We're doing great. How are you?
Good.
How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. Alex, being that you were floor director in 2019, how does it feel to be back here and now being able to watch people do your position?
It's crazy to think that that was literally 5 years ago. I feel like it was just last year, but it's always so nice to come back and see everybody continue to put on the telethon.
Yeah, that really is amazing. Melissa, being that you're on the Make-A-Wish board, how do you see Make-A-Wish making a difference on the children and their families?
So we all know that Make-A-Wish grants wishes to children, right? And is able to fulfill a number of different things that they're hoping for. So that's one thing. But I think what's also important about the Make-A-Wish program is that it also gives a community to those kids so that they are doing things, they have activities for them, that they do things with kids that are in like situations. So I think it's a sense of community, it's granting that wish, and it's making them feel special. We had a hard time over COVID where the kids, you probably know, what do you think the most wished thing by kids are?
Probably going to Disney
Going
World.
to Disney, and they couldn't.
Yeah.
And so, we got into really tough situations as a board to say, what do we do with these kids? Some of them can't wait to be able to travel later, so it was putting swimming pools in or swing sets or things that they could do. So I do think it's a sense of community as well as the wishes themselves.
Yeah, that really is great. Alex, I know that you cheered at Duquesne and at Plum. What is something that was different that college cheer had that high school cheer didn't have?
Definitely time management tool or skills. Last year I went to March Madness, so having to miss exams and missing like a week of classes, it just really shows you that you have to like adjust and not procrastinate whenever like in high school you can kind of just cruise on.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Melissa, what inspired you to join the Make-A-Wish board?
So, I was looking for a board that I could have a connection with. And, having kids and seeing what those kids go through, there was, to me, just a sense of belonging. I wanted to do something that I could give back to the community, that I could make a difference. And Make-A-Wish is just such a good program. The staff there, the things that they do, what you're all doing here today is another example of why Make-A-Wish is such a special program.
That really is true. Last question for you both. What is your favorite holiday dessert?
I think my favorite dessert's probably my mom's Christmas cookies. Every single year, we're doing it after this, actually. My family's coming over. We're going to bake Christmas cookies, but I just think my mom has the best one.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. We always get the list. So you got to get the list and prioritize which ones we're going to do. I would say cheesecake. So I love making cheesecakes. I made them for several teachers here at the school, but that's probably my favorite Christmas or my favorite holiday dessert.
Yeah, I do agree. Cookies and cheesecake, those are both good. Thank you guys so much for your time today and all you do for Make-A-Wish. I hope you have a wonderful holiday season. Now let's look at the last Deck to Hall video for today.
Olivia Brown, and I'm here with
Mia Waite.
and I'm going to be asking her some holiday questions. Do you have a favorite holiday song and why?
My favorite holiday song is Santa Tell Me because I like Ariana Grande's voice.
Hello, my name is Hayden Calhoun, and I'm here with
Lily.
Brendan.
Paxton. Leah.
and I'm going to be asking them some holiday questions. Do you guys have a favorite holiday song? If so, what is it and why?
Jingle bells.
Jingle bells.
Jingle bells. Let it snow.
Hi, I'm Delaney Hunsinger, here with
Mrs. Casella.
and today we're going to be asking her some holiday questions. Do you have a favorite holiday song? If so, what is it?
I do. It's Merry Christmas, Darling by the Carpenters.
Why would that be your favorite song?
Because it reminds me of being a little kid and playing it on the record player at home.
How do you get more into the holiday spirit?
I get into the holiday spirit by decorating the tree while listening to Christmas music.
How do you get even more into the holiday spirit?
Decorating.
I dress up as Santa Claus.
Decorating. I like to play in the snow.
How do you get even more into the holiday spirit?
We usually decorate our house over Thanksgiving weekend with our whole family, so that makes me really excited for the holidays.
What is your favorite holiday movie and why?
My favorite holiday movie is probably Elf because it's a classic and it's really funny.
What is your favorite holiday movie and why?
The Grinch.
I'm gonna have to go with the Grinch too.
The Grinch. It's got to be Claus.
What is your favorite holiday movie?
Probably the old animated Grinch Who Stole Christmas. So it's not technically a movie, it's a TV special, but it just, again, it reminds me of being a kid.
Lastly, what is your favorite holiday candle?
My favorite holiday candle is Sugar Cookie because I just love all those scents like vanilla and warm scents.
All right, thank you, Mia. Your favorite holiday candle?
Snickerdoodle.
Gingerbread cookies.
Gingerbread cookie. Cherry blast.
All right, thank you guys.
What is your favorite holiday candle?
Probably like sugar cookie or some other sort of baked pie smell or something like that. Because I don't bake, so it makes it smell like I'm baking.
Well, you heard it from Mrs. Casella. Thank you.
Now I'm here with this year's student producers, Katie DePalma, Danielle Pesci, Mason Eber, and Angelina Barclay. How do you think we were doing so far?
I think we're doing really well so far. We're not really having technical issues. All our guests are here, and we're just having a great time.
I agree, we are. Katie, what has been the biggest challenge in planning for the telethon?
I honestly think the biggest challenge was just getting like our guest list like all set out and locked down, because it's a lot to reach out to all of the guests and just to make sure that they're all coming in like their correct time slots.
Danny, last year you were also a big help in the telethon. What skills did you learn from last year that helped you this year?
I definitely learned time management, watching the other producers, how they managed their guests getting here on time, making sure everybody was here, making sure the cameramen were set up properly. But definitely being a part of it last year gave me a lot of confidence for this year's telethon.
Yeah, I'm sure last year guided you through this year. Mason, this is your first ever Make-A-Wish telethon you have ever been part of. How is your first experience going for you?
It's going really well. You know, my team and I in the back, we're doing a great job. They've just been on top of the ball all day, and I think it's going really well. We're just having a great time, messing around a little bit back there, but all getting our work all done.
You guys are doing good. The people behind the scenes.
Yep.
Angelina, how do you make sure that everyone's voice is being heard during the planning process?
So they had floor directors and all the student producers have like a 4-hour-long meeting after school to plan the entire show together. So we use the whiteboard and we plan everything in person together so everyone's voice is really heard at the same time.
Hard work does pay off. This is for any of you. How do you guys handle unexpected technical issues during the live stream?
Well, we do have a technical difficulty screen, but we, knock on wood, we have not had to use it so far. But when we take it, we just have to take it in stride. we all have been practicing all week, and we know to just keep calm, use our heads, and everything's going to be fine.
And last question for all you guys. What is your favorite holiday cookie?
Mine is a chocolate chip cookie.
Mine's definitely a sugar cookie.
Mine is also a sugar cookie.
Snickerdoodle.
Those are all some good cookies. I mean, thank you guys so much for your time and all you have done for this year's telethon. It is time to reveal the first place winner for the 11th period competition. The winner will win food of their choice for their class. Angelina Mason, can you please announce this year's 11th period competition winner?
This year's winner is Mr. Gillis.
Thank you to all of the classes that participated this year. If you would like to donate in Plum's name, please call 412-471-WISH. That number is 412-471-9474. I am now sending it over to JJ, who is with Jeff Waller.
Thanks, Katie. With me here is the president of Production Consulting Group, Jeff Waller. How's your day been so far?
My day's been great. We've got snow. Feels like the holiday season.
It's great to hear. My first question for you is, what does your company do, and what are some of the things that you offer to customers?
So what we do a lot of things. We do television studio integrations, like your studio right here. We do large screen LED screens for stadiums, college and high schools. We do a lot of consulting in sports production area, game day production, and things like that, audio systems. So pretty wide variety of projects.
That is really cool. My second question is, did you always want to have a job involved in TV production, and when did you decide this is what you wanted to do?
Yeah, I guess I did, because I decided pretty quickly it's what I wanted to do. Only applied to IUP, went to school there right away, got involved right away in radio and TV, and I've been doing it my whole career.
So this has been kind of like a lifelong dream for you.
It has. I guess I like especially like a lot of live TV. I like the thrill of live TV, having to be just like today, right? Everything has to happen right on time, and the teamwork aspect I really like.
That's really awesome. My third question is, what was it like working with Mr. Barat? He seems to talk about you a lot in class.
This is the part where I say nice stuff about Mr. Barat, or
I mean,
no, seriously, Mr. Barat and I worked together a long time ago when he was getting certified to be a television production teacher. So the one thing I'll say about him seriously, though, he jumped in right away, worked on a lot of different productions with us, and was really eager to learn. And I just, I feel really fortunate seeing how long he's been doing this and what he's done with the program. And my gosh, this telethon every year. And we've just, maintained a real collaborative relationship for probably over 25 years.
Yeah, I can agree with you on that one. He does put a lot of effort into these telethons. He put this whole thing together, and I can't thank him enough for letting me be a part of it. My next question is, you've been able to experience the telethon throughout the years right along with Mr. Barat. How would you say it's changed for the better?
Oh, wow. It's been so many years. I mean, each year it's just got bigger and bigger and bigger. Added so many more elements, so many more people. And again, this year, another big upgrade. We did some upgrades to the studio, new lighting, some work with the backdrops, and some new equipment in there. So it's been really rewarding to be a part of it, seeing this whole production grow. And seeing new technology, and that everybody here is working on technology that they'll see out in the real world, if you will.
Yeah, that's amazing, and I really do like this new equipment that you provided us. My next question is, I heard you occasionally work at PPG Paints Arena. What is that experience like?
Yeah, I do. I work game day for the Pittsburgh Penguins and some other events there. Yeah, anytime you work in a major sports arena, again, it's a team like this. It's a very big team of people all working together. It's kind of fun to be a part of some major moments. When you get going through a Stanley Cup playoffs, and then the Stanley Cup finals. There's nothing quite like it.
Yeah, I can agree. Is hockey your favorite sport?
Oh boy, I've just been involved in so many sports. I mean, I coached high school football. I've broadcast the color analyst for football and basketball and television, and hockey is the fast pace. So I don't know to really have a favorite. I'm a sports junkie. Really, I like them all.
All of them. All right, that's awesome. My last question for you is: if you were trapped in a holiday movie, which one would you choose?
Boy, I would probably say National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, just because of two reasons. The chaos is fun. And then I like the bottom line of the story. It's just a dad trying to do everything he can to have his family have a great Christmas under some trying conditions, and then that backstory. So yeah, I'd probably say Christmas Vacation.
That's really awesome. Thank you for all your insight on your career. I would like to invite you to play some Telethon trivia with us.
Sure.
All right. For the first question of Telethon trivia, what country originated the Christmas tree?
Germany.
That is correct.
All right.
My second question is, what colors did Santa Claus originally wear?
Oh, gee.
It's a tough one.
I'm going to say something like green and white, not red and white.
That is incorrect. You got half credit. The correct answer is green, blue, or purple.
Okay.
Third question is, what state recognized Christmas as an official holiday first?
What state? Oh, boy. I'm probably going to go one of the original 13. Pennsylvania?
That is incorrect. The correct answer is Alabama. My fourth question is, what plant must you kiss under during the Christmas season?
That would be the mistletoe.
That is correct. Final question. According to Hallmark, approximately how many Christmas cards are sent annually?
How many?
It's a big number.
So we've 300 and I'm going to go with the population of the country. Just got up to 340 million. I tried one per person.
That is incorrect. The correct answer is 1.3 billion. Thank you for playing Telethon Trivia today. Now I'd like to send it over to Nick with another special guest, Pat Muldowney.
Thanks, JJ, for another great interview. Now I'd like to welcome Pat Muldowney. Pat, how are you doing this winter day?
Thanks, Nick. I'm good. I feel terrible now that I don't
Yeah.
send Christmas cards, finding out how many billions go out each year. I'm a
Yeah.
jerk. It's
Yeah,
bad.
I feel like they're fudging the numbers a little bit.
Yeah, that's a good
So,
point. Nobody has that many friends. Come
No.
on.
So, all right. So my first question I have is, so you've had a variety of professions throughout your career. So can you share a bit about your background and your road to success?
Yeah. So I honestly, this is like the corny because I'm here answer, but literally like it did start here in this classroom in this course, which is awesome for me and so cool for me to come back and see everybody still the course still going strong. But from there, I went to school in Clarion, got my degree in broadcasting, got a job at ESPN from there, kind of just went from there and really just kind of followed where the river took me.
Yeah.
And it was kind of just always being open to whatever opportunities came up next.
Yeah, just gotta be open and just go with the flow, kind of.
The thing is, this industry moves so quick, and I can tell you guys have probably even seen the equipment change over the course of you being here.
Yeah.
And it's just going to continue to speed up. I know every day there's a new story about AI and automation,
Yeah.
and everything moves so fast that you can't set your mind right now, like, here's what I want to do in 15 years, because it's not going to exist.
Yeah.
So it's just being open to learning new things and not really just being locked in on, like, one clear goal of where you want to go, and just kind of being open to see wherever the road may take you.
Open-minded. Yeah,
Yeah.
I completely agree. So what has been your most important project or your greatest accomplishment so far?
The most important project, I would say, the coolest thing was probably being a part of launching Fox Sports 1 back in 2013. It was, a big perk of it was getting to move from Connecticut out to LA.
Yeah.
But getting to be there for a few months in the summer before the network was on air. And it was 2013, which was the peak of cable subscribers in this country. So since then, it's kind of all been downhill. So to get to be a part of that and launch a cable network, probably the last ever 24-hour cable network, sports cable network that'll launch. That was a really cool experience. And then 2 years after that, being a part of a show, I was overseeing social content and distribution for a weekly sports comedy show hosted by Katie Nolan called Garbage Time. And we won a sports Emmy for that. So
Really?
yeah, that was my first of two. But winning a sports Emmy was that was pretty cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Just leaving a footprint, basically.
Yeah, I should have. I should bring one of them and,
Yeah.
and give it to Barat and leave it here.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Yeah. So you said that you worked for ESPN in Bristol for 6.5 years. What made you stay committed to that profession for that amount of time?
ESPN was the only place I ever wanted to work, and I mean, even back behind the switcher in your control room, there's the ESPN banner, and I knew like this is it. The one thing I hadn't thought about was like, is Central Connecticut the only place I want to live? Turned out the answer was no. But then there was also a financial crisis in 2008, which made it really easy to not move jobs because there were no jobs available. But it was, I always say ESPN was like the greatest grad school education I could get because it was just learning from the best people in the industry that had been doing it for 30 years. So I did move around in a couple different roles from studio production, operations, and then streaming my last year there. But getting to be at the worldwide leader of sports in Bristol, Connecticut was for over half a decade was a learning experience in relationship building that I couldn't have replicated anywhere else.
Yeah, I definitely know why you were sticking around there for 6.5 years.
Yeah, it was.
Definitely know
Also,
that
we
now.
had a wonderful intramural basketball league, so that was probably the other highlight.
Yeah. Okay. So you're a big basketball guy?
Yeah, to my knowledge, I'm the only Plum High School basketball alumni to ever make the ESPN All-Star team.
Really?
So yeah, where's your All-Star ESPN intramural accolades? McAfee? Huh?
Yeah.
Finally, somebody named Pat out of this high school is succeeding in sports media.
Yeah, let's see a McAfee. Yeah. All right. So what made you want to help launch Fox Sports in 2013, like you said?
So it was interesting because ESPN had really been the only. There was like NBC Sportsnet, CBS, like a couple different iterations of 24-hour sports networks. But I knew what Fox did when they got the NFL rights in the 90s and the way that they completely changed the landscape of sports media. And I wanted to be to really take the chance of being a part of something new because it was awesome to start working at ESPN. But I started there in 2007. The company originated in 1979. So I was there for the 30th anniversary of the company. So no matter how long I was there was always going to be people that were there like 30 years longer than me.
Yeah.
So to get to be a part of something new at the launch of FS1, also getting to move to Santa Monica, live a mile from the beach, that was a very nice perk. And
I'd say.
do you know it doesn't snow in LA?
Really?
It was, what a wonderful revelation. I got so sunburnt on my first Christmas Eve there. Oh, it was amazing.
Oh, that sounds a lot better than over here.
No
in
shoveling.
Pittsburgh.
Haven't shoveled in years.
That is definitely a perk, I have to say. So you've been working at Apple for several years. Can you tell us more about what that job entails and basically your role involved in Apple and basically how you got started in that?
Yeah, so prior to coming to Apple, I was working back in 2017, I went over to work at this company called The Ringer. It was founded by Bill Simmons, who had been at ESPN. We were like a social media, I was overseeing social media and video there. Yeah. It was a podcast and website. It was acquired by Spotify in 2020, just before the pandemic. So I was at Spotify for 4 years, and my last year there I was working in sports partnerships, which was awesome. But I wanted to get back into broadcasting. So this opportunity came up at Apple, and it felt similar to me about kind of what was the role I had taken on at Fox Sports in 2013. Apple's still very new to broadcasting, to TV, to live sports. Right now we have Friday Night Baseball during the Major League Baseball season, and we have the entire MLS package. And I don't know what sports will look like at Apple in the future, but I do know that I believe the company can play a big part in where the industry is going. So it was exciting for me to get to be a part of it almost from the beginning. And the team that I work on now, I manage a team of live editorial producers. So anything you see, if you ever open the Apple TV app, that whether it's the images, the writing, any localization, my team project manages all of that. Wow. So it's a lot of work. It's a lot of stuff that people probably don't realize has to happen, but it's a wonderful company. It's very cool, and we had a great Christmas party last week.
Oh,
so,
yeah?
It was fun.
Well, that sounds like a lot of work, but I definitely think it's worth it,
Yeah.
Big corporation there.
Arguably one of the biggest in the world.
One of the biggest, yeah, I'd say. So what advice would you give to someone who's trying to follow more in your footsteps?
Live somewhere cheaper than LA. but find the same weather. No, I think the most important thing, it's really just like one piece of advice, and it's what I try to say every time I come back here or I can speak to any Brat students. It's just networking. Like anybody that's here that wants to like reach out, like you can get my contact information from Brat. And you know, this whole industry, and probably not just this industry, it's the only one I've ever worked in, so it's all I can speak to, but it is who you know. And these jobs, there are so many applicants that it really just, having a foot in the door and building those relationships, nothing is, like you have to be good.
Yeah.
And you have to work hard, but you also have to build your network. And if you can build your network, whether it's through college, through internships, whatever it may be, put as much energy into that as you can, work hard, and things will work out.
Yeah, I completely agree. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
But so your last question, what is your least favorite holiday movie and why?
So you let me cheat and see this one before we started, and I still don't have a good answer. But I think it's probably Home Alone 3.
Yeah.
Because like most sequels have a tough time, but Home Alone 2 is amazing.
Yeah.
You have to walk away at that point.
No, yeah.
Don't, and it's like a different kid.
It's just a money grab.
What are you
if
doing?
you ask me. Exactly.
By that point, there's probably cell phones.
Yeah.
The whole movie falls apart if there's cell phones.
Yeah.
You just text the neighbors or call Kevin. The mom goes home.
Kevin's not even in the movie.
No.
It's.
Or he's on TikTok
Yeah.
and he goes viral. The parents get arrested.
Yeah.
So don't do Home Alone 3.
No.
Come on.
Here's a Home Alone 4 too.
There's a 4?
Yeah. With the same. Yeah.
Media is broken.
It's yeah, definitely just should have cut it at 2 and that was it. You know.
Look at iPhones ruined everything.
Yep. All right. Well, thank you for being a part of our 24th annual telethon. And now, are you interested in hosting a minute to win it game?
What if I say no?
Well, then we don't have a minute to win it game. Yeah.
Oh, I'm in for this.
Oh, you're in. All right. Yeah. All right.
Where do I go?
Right over there.
All right. With me today is
Noah
and Juliana.
Noah and Juliana, competing in the championship of the Telethon's Minute to Win It series. Whoever ends up taking the winning wins bragging rights. Is there a better prize? Today, we will be playing our final round of the donut eating competition. You'll be given one donut on a plate, you have been, and whoever eats the donut fastest without using their hands will win this final round. So let's get moving. Is everybody ready? Like, be loud in here. This is hilarious. Ready? All right, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Okay. Does anybody? Juliana's trying her best. She's laughing too hard to eat. Juliana, this is a championship. You prepared your whole life for this. I will say Noah had it wrapped up, but still, it was like he alley-ooped to himself. He finished the donut, but when he didn't have to. So I can't breathe is a wonderful saying for a championship. Obviously, Noah, congratulations. You're the winner today. You're the overall championship this year. Give it up for Noah. Thank you both for your time, your sacrifices, and the whipped cream up the nose today. Have a wonderful holiday. And please remember, if you would like to donate to Make-A-Wish, you can do it now through Plum's name. Please call 412-471-WISH. That is 412-471-9474.
Well, that was a very interesting minute to win it. I'm not sure if that was a minute to win it or if it just turned into who can cover their face with the most amount of whipped cream. Now joining me are last year's student producers, Haley Depcon and Sophie Anderson. How are you guys doing today?
Good. I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing phenomenal. A little bit tired, but we're hanging in there. Haley, what was your favorite moment from last year's telethon?
So my overall favorite was one of my good friends that helped us on the telethon was scared of the Grinch. She can't listen to the song, hates the Grinch. And Mr. Barat helped us have a janitor dress up as the Grinch. And he came in and scared her during intermission, and it was just my favorite thing. I loved it.
I believe the Grinch tried to steal the telethon again this year as well.
Oh, that's amazing. I think it should become a new tradition with the Grinch here.
Possibly.
Yeah.
And then another question I have for you is, you've worked on many different projects for Mr. Barat. What would you say is your favorite that you've worked on here?
I would say the one that my favorite would have to be the lip dub, just finishing off senior year with like that fun, crazy like night, like everybody loves it. There's so much music, everybody's dancing around. It's just so much fun to get everybody together and do that, and it's not as stressful as the telethon, so good way to go out.
Yeah, it's definitely a fun experience. I was part of it last year, and it just brings a lot of different people together, and everyone gets to have fun as we end the school year off.
Yeah, definitely agree.
Sophie, what was your favorite memory from last year's telethon?
My favorite memory from last year's telethon was honestly just when Haley and I realized just how much money we raised, because we were running around like crazy the whole day, just like everyone is today, and you don't really realize the amount of money that you're raising the whole time, and the total was a lot more than we expected. So when we heard the number, we kind of just looked at each other and were like in awe that we raised that much money for Make-A-Wish. So that's probably my favorite part.
Yeah, you know, it is a big production here. A lot of hard work goes into it. I underestimated it last year, and now I can finally see everything being pieced together. And that hard work really does pay off, and I think it's impacted a lot of different people, and it's for a good cause, so that's always nice. After working on last year's telethon and coming back to be interviewed this year, what makes the telethon special to you?
Honestly, I think the people. Everyone comes together and you all work together with people you don't normally work together with, and you all just form like a sense of community and work together to achieve this. It's a long day, but it's very much worth it. So
yeah, it is really worth it. It's definitely a fun experience. Finally, for the both of you, do you prefer a real Christmas tree or an artificial one, and why?
You go first.
Okay, so mine is I like a real tree just because that's my favorite Christmas smell. And nobody in my family is allergic, which is a lot of people's reasons to not get it. So I will always go real Christmas tree. Just better.
See, I have to say fake because my dad's allergic to real ones, so I can't have a real one. But I would love one, but he would sneeze and then be mad at me. So
we have a little controversy among last year's producers. Me personally, I'll be the tiebreaker. I like a real Christmas tree.
Wow.
So
thanks.
That's my personal input for it. But that is very nice to hear both of your opinions. Why don't we head to some telethon trivia?
Okay.
You know, I think they might have been cheating before this, but
no, we weren't.
Let's see if they can get these right. You guys have 5 questions. Can you go 5 for 5?
Yeah.
How long is the average growing time for a Christmas tree?
I would say 7 years.
Sounds about right to me.
That is correct. 1 for 1. How many towns in America are named Christmas?
You know, I gotta go with 2.
I think you're right.
That would also be correct. You guys have some really good guesses.
Yeah, we just know Christmas.
When did the Rockefeller Center Christmas tree become an annual tradition?
Haley, this one's for you.
Okay, see, this is hard. I don't know. 1933?
Once again,
we're just that good.
You guys are correct.
Okay.
I don't know how you guys are doing this. How many real Christmas trees are sold in the U.S. each year?
It's got to be in the millions somewhere, right? But it can't be
definitely
like outrageous. I'm going to go with like 12 million.
That is incorrect. It is 25 to 30 million. We know there are some artificial Christmas tree buyers like yourself, but
Okay.
there still are a lot of real ones that are
Thanks.
bought. How many reindeer does Santa Claus have?
Haley?
I'm gonna give this one to Sophie because we were talking about this earlier actually, and I almost got it wrong. She
Yeah.
knows this.
It's 9. Haley said 12. No.
Good thing you had Sophie because you did say 12 originally.
Yeah.
So that is once again correct. You guys went 4 for 5, which is 80%.
good.
So you got
I'll
a
take
B.
it.
That's all right. I would have probably got all 5, but that's just me.
You
so,
have the answers though, TJ.
I know, that's why I would have got all 5. So thank you for your time, guys. It was nice to have you back. And it's time for Brooke to interview the floor directors who are currently running the show.
Thank you, TJ. Now I'm here with this year's Telethon floor directors, Katie Weiss, Kayla Diss, Taylor Nisley, and Bianca DeMaria. How are you four doing today?
Good. Doing good.
Really good. I'm glad to hear that. My first question is for all of you. What was your initial reaction when you received this job for the Telethon? Were you excited?
I was pretty excited.
Yeah, I have to say I was pretty excited too.
I was really excited.
Yeah, I was too.
Yeah, it's really exciting. Now, Katie, what advice would you give to people who want to be a part of this telethon next year?
I would just say work hard, try your best, don't really stress over it, it's a lot of fun.
I would have to say the same. Now, Taylor, why do you think this telethon is an important event?
Yeah, I think it's super important. It shows all the community getting together for a good cause. It's so important for so many different reasons also.
I have to agree. And Kayla, what has been the most rewarding part of organizing this telethon and why?
I would say putting in all the work and seeing everything like work out well. Like our totals were meeting our expectation for our money, and it's so rewarding, all the work for it.
It is definitely rewarding. And Bianca, is there anything you will take from this experience in your future career?
Similar to what Kayla said, the hard work does pay off and the funds do all go to Make-A-Wish, so it's really rewarding to see. But the key really is communication and teamwork on making the show happen.
It is so important to give back to the kids. And now, for all four of you, would you rather spend your holiday in a winter wonderland or at the beach?
Winter wonderland for sure.
Definitely the beach.
Winter wonderland.
Winter Wonderland.
I would have to say the beach there. And now, thank you for joining me today. Have an amazing holiday and a Happy New Year.
Remember, if you would like to donate to Make-A-Wish in Plum's name, please call 412-471-WISH or 412-471-9474. I'm sending you over to Cassie DeJonovic interviewing Eddie Edwards Jr. and Eddie Edwards III.
Thank you so much. And to the floor directors, all your hard work has not gone unseen. Now I'm honored to welcome Eddie Edwards Jr. and Eddie Edwards III. How are you guys doing today?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm very well. Thank you for asking. So I have a couple questions. And Eddie Jr., what are your current jobs and what is your favorite part about it?
Current jobs. I'm an attorney and I'm also a sports agent. Okay. So I represent athletes in their contractual matters, and I also represent corporate clients, business clients in their transactions and their everyday, business dealings. So I get a good mix of both worlds.
Oh, it's very interesting. And one more question for you. I know you are a Plum graduate. What steps did you take after high school?
I went to college. I majored in communications. Okay. And then after I went to Penn State, I went to Pitt Law School. So I got a law degree.
Oh, wow.
And then I used my law degree to work with athletes.
Sounds like a lot of hard work you put into that. For Eddie Edwards III, what was your experience like playing Division I baseball at the University of Buffalo?
It was a very interesting experience. Going from high school to college was a big step. Everyone is kind of good at that level, so just being able to kind of compete on that level with a bunch of guys that were good in high school, and then became good in college, and the experience was honestly great. I still have friends to this day that I talk to and hang out with, even though we're in different parts of the state and such now, that I grew, great friendships with. So all in all, it was a great experience.
It's very fascinating, and yeah, I bet you have some long-term friendships from all the experience.
For sure.
Another question for you. What important lessons did you learn about playing multiple sports in high school?
So some lessons I learned was that playing multiple sports, you work different parts of your body and such, and kind of train a little bit differently, but they all kind of, add together to whatever sport you're kind of playing. It's just, you learn a lot, I guess you'd say. You learn a lot of different things using different parts of your body and such when you play. So, I was always encouraged to play multiple sports in high school.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine.
Such, so, yeah.
Definitely sounds tiring, and like a lot of hard work is put into that.
Yeah, but then once you get used to the training, it kind of gets easier, a little better.
Yeah.
and such, and it just makes you a better athlete altogether. So.
Yeah, very interesting. And back to you, Eddie Jr. I'd like to know, how were you inspired to get into the television and radio business?
My father owned several television stations across the country, so I grew up in a television station from when I was, just able to walk to, my adult life. So it was natural for me to want to be around media and broadcasting. And when you had someone in your household who did it at the level that my dad did it, it was a really cool thing to see.
Yeah, wow, that's very interesting. And also, what was your experience like constantly working with big names all over Pittsburgh?
Look, athletes, entertainers, they're normal people like you and I. They just have a different occupation.
Yeah.
So they don't want to be treated any differently. So when I approach individuals, I just treat them as human beings. Most are very kind, most are very thoughtful, and you develop relationships that aren't related to what they do in their profession. I'm a lawyer agent. They could be an athlete, actor, actress, talent, but outside of that, we're just people.
I really like the way you worded that everyone's human beings and everyone should be treated the same.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And I lastly have a holiday question for you guys.
Okay.
What was your 2024 New Year's resolution, and did you guys accomplish it?
My resolution is just be kind. I think you just need to be kind to people. Our world needs a lot more kindness, a lot more compassion. So I just try to think every day, just be kind to someone and try to do something for them that may help them along the way, or just give them a good feeling about themselves.
Completely agree.
I think my 2024 resolution was, after college, it's kind of hard to find ways to stay active and such. So I think, just consistently working out was one of my resolutions, and that's something I was able to do this year and get a little better at. And such. It's nice having the YMCA Sampson Center to go to right around the corner. So, I've been there a ton, usually try to go 3 days a week. So, I think that was my resolution. It'll probably be my resolution again this year. But just got to, find ways to stay active and stay young and keep being an athlete.
I completely agree. The YMCA is an amazing place and keeps me active too.
And we have a donation for you guys on behalf of our family for $1,000. So we just wanted to give $1,000 to Telethon to support your efforts. You guys do a phenomenal job. So
thank you so much, and we appreciate it so much. You guys are truly amazing, and now I'd like to turn your attention to the Pat McAfee video.
I'm here with former Plum Borough School District student, Mr. Pat McAfee. How are you doing today?
I'm fantastic, Haley. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
The shoes are awesome.
Thank you.
The vibes are high. I got a chance to meet a lot of your peers here this evening in this beautiful building. It's been an electrifying evening. I'm very lucky to be sitting here with you.
It has. Thank you for coming to Plum. It's been awesome meeting you. You've done so much for all of the sports, and we always hear your name. It's just nice to see you in person, see what you've really done for us. It's just awesome.
Well, I'm lucky to be here, and I would like my name to be on nothing. The fund is a very cool thing to be a part of. I'm very thankful that we're able to help, and getting a chance to chat with the future of television, is a dream. The last person that sat down and talked to me is now a WWE NXT superstar. I assume whatever you are going to go on and do is going to be amazing, and I'm very thankful to be here.
Well, thank you.
No
So
problem.
to get started with the interview, my first question is, as many people know, you have a very established football career. Do you have an all-time favorite game?
I got a chance to kick off the Super Bowl, so that was a cool moment. We inevitably lost, so I can't really celebrate that or hang my hat on it forever. I didn't do much in that game, like most games, but the Super Bowl was awesome. Getting a chance to win the AFC Championship to get there is cool. There was a game when our coach was diagnosed with leukemia, and then we played 4 days later. We won a game for him. They took the ball to the hospital for him. He's now one of my closest friends, Coach Chuck Pagano. So there's a few different games that kind of stick out, but I was very lucky to be a part of a lot of very cool moments because I was on a very good team most of my career.
That's amazing.
Hey, thank you, Haley.
My second one is, as an athlete, most have a coach that really impacts their life. Do you have one that impacted you the most?
I think the easy answer there is my dad. Tim McAfee coached me throughout my childhood, both in soccer. He was the one that was shagging balls for me whenever I was kicking. I think he's probably a coach that I'll appreciate forever. At Plum High School, I'm working alongside my volleyball coach and Keith Nonnenberg now. I believe he's an elementary school teacher at Pivic. He's a man who has obviously helped me out immensely in life. Coach Rich Rodriguez in college was a guy. Coach Stu was a guy. Coach Tom McMahon, Coach Pagano. I mean, there's almost too many to list off because coaches are, they view themselves as somebody who's going to try to make you better. And I've been very lucky to have a lot of guys that have tried to pour into me to make me the best human I can be.
Following that, because as you said, there are many great coaches, do you ever see yourself coaching in the future?
So I don't know if I have enough patience. Haley, coaches have to have a great amount of patience. They have to have a lot of empathy, obviously. They have to have a lot of energy. They have to have a lot of passion. There's a lot of things that would, I think, draw me to coaching. But the patience thing is just, I lack the patience. I don't think I would be a fantastic coach. I do not think that is.
That's okay. You were a great player, so
bingo.
You played your part in the sport.
Boom.
Yep.
And now I'm talking about sports. The whole make people better. I try to do in my own way, but like the hands-on, what coaches do every single day to shape and mold people, I don't think I have enough patience to do it. But I got massive respect for all those that do.
Yeah, I agree with that though.
Yep.
It takes a lot out of
a lot of
coach.
energy.
Yeah.
Just like teachers. I mean, the amount of energy and patience and empathy and passion that teachers have to have, I have nothing but respect for, but I do not have in my bones. But I am very appreciative and grateful for everybody that does.
Well, after 8 years in the NFL, you retired.
Mm-hmm.
After that, you went into broadcasting. Is that something you always knew that you wanted to do?
I wasn't 100% sure. I was always intrigued by the television because I was a guy growing up. I couldn't sleep well. So I watched TV late at night. I watched a lot of sports. I watched a lot of football. My dad, massive Steelers fan, so I was a big NFL fan. I watched a lot of wrestling because it was on late nights. I watched a lot of things. I watched late night talk shows. So I always had an interest in television and in broadcasting. I didn't go to school for broadcasting or for journalism or anything like that in college. So always had an interest. Didn't know if it was going to be the right fit. Been very fortunate with the lane that I've been able to kind of take with the group of people that I have.
Yeah, so your show, The Pat McAfee Show, aired in September of 2019. Is there a favorite guest that you've had since that time?
Favorite guest of all time?
Yes.
I mean, we have so many reoccurring guests that stop by. I guess I would have to go with, I think J.J. Watt might be my favorite guest. And this is strictly because we have such a good relationship with him that we can cook him. Like, the amount of, I don't know whether it's going to air, you can mute me. The amount of shit we talk to J.J. Watt on a very regular basis and that he sends back always makes for like an electrifying conversation. He always gives well thought out answers. He has opinions. He's not scared to say them. So I think J.J. Watt has quickly become like my favorite guest. But just within the last couple of days, Luke Combs came on the show, the country music star. He was phenomenal. Everybody that comes on our show is like so incredibly kind and thankful, but there's some people that we know, like when they come on, they have good chemistry with our crew, and I think JJ is probably a good answer for that one.
Yeah, I've seen clips of like your show, and like I've watched like a few of them, and I mean honestly, it is like you can tell when you have like that chemistry with like a different person on it.
When somebody understands us,
yeah,
it's a lot easier to do the conversation. Every once in a while, we have like comedian Bill Burr comes on the show. He's always awesome on the show. But there's always like a first few minutes where people are trying to figure out if us, the doofuses, are being serious or not. And then once they get into it, it's good. The people that know our show before getting on are normally our best guests.
Yeah.
Normally.
So coming from that question, do you have a guest that from the start of the interview you just knew it was going to flow easy and just be easy to go into?
Like Coach Nick Saban joined us. And I think it was like the third week he joined us. He joined us every single week of the season this past year for the Alabama football team. And I think about week 4 is when I realized that he was no longer scared of us. Like, I think he thought we were going to try to get him every single week. And by like week 4, I think he kind of realized that we were just trying to have a great conversation with him, trying to have an insightful conversation. And from that point forward, every time we sat down and talked with him, I knew it was going to be a good conversation where something was going to come out of it that was hopefully going to make the sports world better. And that's all you can ever really have a goal for whenever you start a conversation with somebody.
Yeah. So you've also been involved in the WWE.
Little
Is
bit.
that something that you think you will be continuing?
Yes, as long as they'll have me. That is, I just mentioned about how growing up, I watched football and I watched wrestling pretty much. And the WWE, formerly the WWF, was always like my dream job. I always saw myself as potentially being in that business. So now that they've accepted me and let me in there, I'm going to stay for as long as they'll have me. And I absolutely love it. I absolutely enjoy every single moment. I enjoy the interactions behind the scenes. I love the people that work over there, and yeah, it's one of my favorite things I've ever got to do.
Yeah, I've seen like clips on like TikTok of like you like there, and it's just like the energy seems really high and just like a fun place to be around.
It's
like,
the
it
best.
Just seems
It is the best. The wrestling business is the best. It anything is possible. The people are all so talented, so hardworking, so humble. Yeah, I'm very lucky to be there, and I love it. I absolutely love it.
Another place I've seen you is on your podcast, the Pat McAfee Show 2.0.
Okay, here we go.
What made you want to add that in addition to the Pat McAfee Show?
So we were doing a podcast first, kind of how everybody was doing back in the day. Then when we added the video element of the show, it just kind of naturally became that our main show would be our live show, and then we'd be able to repackage it as a podcast. And we have a lot of podcast listeners that aren't able to watch the show every single day. And I have a guy named Ty Schmidt who edits the podcast every single day, types up the review of the podcast every single day, has a lot of passion for it. And yeah, our podcast listeners are awesome. They're fantastic. And it's one of our oldest groups of audience as well since the beginning of this entire journey. So yeah, it gets repackaged as a podcast. The live show happens. Then we cut up into clips for YouTube and X and TikTok and everything like that. So yeah, we're trying to reach people as many ways as possible and hopefully give them a little mental vacation.
I think it's definitely worked. I mean, I'm not huge on football, and I've seen it and I've liked it, so I think it's working.
Hey, Haley,
definitely.
thank you for that.
Yeah.
You should not watch our show, though. Our show stinks. You are going to be a good broadcaster. We are not that. So do not let us inspire or influence you at all, but we appreciate you checking it out.
Yeah. Another thing that I've seen is that you have expressed that you do not love ESPN's game day college fans because of the negativity.
Yeah, they don't like
me. How
me.
has that changed for you?
So getting dropped into College Game Day, which is an institution, it's like the most popular show that football has. So inside the NBA with, you know, Ernie and Shaq and Kenny the Jet Smith and Charles Barkley is a show that'll live on forever and is obviously held in high regard. In the football world, College Game Day is that show. So when I got offered an opportunity to be a part of that show, obviously I jumped at it. I was like, this is so cool to be even asked to be a part of this show that has affected so many lives, has affected a sport in a way that no other show really has, and it was an honor to be there. Now, a lot of these college football fans had no idea what I was. Whenever I joined in there, they thought I was loud, obnoxious, dumb, which is all a pretty accurate assessment, but they did not really enjoy me being added to the crew. I think as the season rolled on towards the end, I think they were a little bit more accepting, which I'm appreciative of.
Yeah.
But I love College Game Day. The people that work there are awesome. I enjoy it. And I think their fans, you know, have seemingly lightened up a little bit on me. Yeah. There's still a lot of hate out there, and that's going to happen forever. But I think with the college football community, it took a little bit for us to feel each other out. But I'm very lucky to be a part of it, and I love everything about it.
Yeah. Did you always feel that like connection to the college football fans even when you were at WVU? Was it something that you always you felt like the negative from some people, although there was definitely fans?
Haley, as you go on and take over whatever you decide to take over, okay? Because I got a chance to see you over here. You have a lot of confidence. You have a lot of moxie. The way you handle yourself is very professional. You're getting great teaching here from obviously Barat and the crew. You're going to go on and take something over. As you climb, a quote was told me, the higher you get on the mountain, the harder the wind blows. So the bigger that you get, the more storms that you're going to run into. And I've kind of experienced that in a lot of different levels. Whenever I was in football, obviously being a punter, everybody likes you. But as you get good, there's a chance that people are going to hate you. The more popular our show got, the more eyes are on us, there's more people that are going to hate you. It's just always going to happen. It's always going to exist. And the quicker that you can acknowledge that and move past it and realize that they don't matter, the better, even though it's difficult for all of us. So for you, on your climb to the top, which is definitely going to happen, know that there's going to be people that don't want you to succeed. There's going to be people that hate that you're succeeding. And it's not that they actually hate you. They hate themselves. And you have to remember that. And it's something I have to remind myself as well. And we have to remember that they mean nothing. And you just kind of keep it rolling. But it's always going to exist, and it's something that, as a human, it's tough to hear sometimes, especially with the social media aspect of the world where it's all in your palm and you're reading it at a rapid clip. But at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is the people that you care about, the people that are around you, and the people that are supporting you, and that's what you need to keep doing. So know that there's always going to be haters out there.
No, that's completely true, and it's something that I think a lot of people need to hear.
Yes.
Especially within just like you said, with social media on the uprise, it's just something that's huge.
Yeah, and most of the times those people that are saying terrible things on the internet, you see them in real life. They don't mean it. So it's all fake. It's all nothing. And you just need to remember that it's going to exist, but it doesn't have to affect you. And I think with where you're headed, you're going to experience it. And you're mentally tougher than I am already, I can tell. And I can't wait to watch you handle it.
Thank you.
No problem.
But with that, ESPN has also said that you have reestablished their fans within younger people. Why do you think that is?
Oh, I don't know, Haley. You told me you watched some of our clips, so that's awesome news. I think we just try to enjoy sports. We try to make it fun. We try to give people a mental vacation. I think because we're younger, I mean, most people in our profession are like 55, 60 years old, 70 years old, some people even. So I think just because we're naturally younger, that's the case. I think our vibes are a little bit younger. Our takes are maybe a little bit younger. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm very thankful for the people that watch our show. And if you're going to watch our show, you're going to have to be pretty good at tech, because you're going to have to get on YouTube. You're going to have to be able to get on TikTok. You're going to have to be able to get on X. No offense to the olds, the teachers that are inevitably going to watch this, not necessarily the most savvy. So I think there's a lot of factors that go into it, but we're lucky for it for sure.
Yeah. Where do you see the future of your show going?
Oh, I have no idea. We're gonna start doing. I think we're gonna start doing live shows more, whether it's in theaters or arenas or taking the show on the road. I think that's the next evolution, the next step of it, and seeing the people that watch our show every day. I think that's a big thing. Getting out and saying thank you, getting out and experiencing the people that watch at home, because on YouTube you have a concurrent number. It's basically a scoreboard. How many people are watching right now? And it's cool to be able to get to meet the people that are building that number. We've got a chance to do it this past fall. James Madison, Georgia, Utah. We're in all these different places. Well, I want to continue to do that to say thank you to the people and also allow them to showcase their energy. Because whenever we have a crowd behind us, it is awesome. And we're going to hope to do more of that.
That'd be awesome. That'd be so cool to
Hell
just,
yeah.
just see. And I know, especially if you came here, you'd have so many people from Plum that would want to go. And
So
just see it.
Pittsburgh, we're going to try to do
Yeah.
PPG, I think. I think we're going to try to do PPG. It's going to be one of the first shows. And, yeah, we're going to try to make it as big as possible, just as a thank you back to the city of Pittsburgh and Plum for everything that they've done for us.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Let's not get, maybe. It'll be cool. It'll be cool.
It would be. Steering away from your show, is there a sport that you like to just watch when you're just trying to calm down and just watch a game?
Hockey. I enjoy hockey. The Pens suck. I am so bummed about it. I am, because we finally, so with our relationship with ESPN, we just got rights to utilize NHL footage. So when we were just a YouTube show, an independent show, before we were with ESPN, we could not run any hockey highlights or we would get sued by the NHL. Okay, that's just standard operating procedure. You got to pay for the rights to things. So now that we're finally at ESPN, we're able to run NHL clips. So I was very, very excited to talk about the Pittsburgh Penguins, talk about hockey, and do that entire thing. And now the Pens suck. And now we finally get rights, and we can't do it. But hockey is my favorite sport to watch outside of football. And, yeah, I'll be a diehard with the NHL and with the Pittsburgh Penguins, but I love hockey. Even back in the days watching Plum Mustang hockey with old Phil Maines, who I've been friends with since kindergarten, who I work with. I love the sport of hockey. I can never skate, but it's my favorite sport to watch.
Yeah. Outside of sports, is there anything that you want people to know about you?
I have a beautiful baby girl who's 10 months old. She is awesome. She takes after her mom, which is my badass wife, Samantha. And, yeah, I feel like being a dad now, it is a different world. I see the world a little bit differently. But also I know that my daughter is a much better human than I am already, and I think that's really exciting for everything. I used to think I was going to die young. Now I'm trying to live forever so that I can see my baby girl grow up and hopefully be as talented and have as much confidence as you have.
Well, thank you.
No problem at all.
And congratulations.
She's
that is awesome.
Yeah, she's cool. My wife is an absolute beast in this thing. Great mom, obviously an incredible wife, incredible person. And before we had our baby girl, I thought that she would be an incredible mom, and she has exceeded all expectations. It's been an absolute blast.
Jeez. With that, I know you said she's only 10 months old, but has she had any interest in sports, even just watching them with you? Or?
Yeah, so since day one.
Yeah.
She's been kicking her leg. I think she's a lefty. Left leg seems to move a little bit more. left arm moves a little bit more. Every time we're feeding her a little bit of a bottle, she'll start kicking that left leg, and I think she's like trying to juggle a soccer ball already at the age of 10. I'm trying to get her to be the youngest U.S. women's national team member of all time. She would have to make it by the age of 16, I think, would be the age if we line up the World Cups that are available. So, yeah, she's going to be an athlete. She's incredibly athletic. She's already standing up in her crib. She's trying to exit. That's a whole nightmare of a situation as you're watching it on the monitor. But, yeah, she's an athlete. She's smarter than me already. She has more personality than me already. And, yeah, I am pumped to be the sports dad for her. And I've already had full-on holding her as she's, like, falling asleep. I've had full visions of what her life looks like, and she's going to be awesome. So, yeah, I think she's going to be into sports. I think she's going to enjoy it. And I think sports are good for kids. I think it teaches you discipline, accountability, working through being tired. So she will definitely be in sports for sure.
Yeah. I can tell just from the way that you're talking about her that, like, it just makes you so happy. And, like, I mean, it's just great that you want to be involved with sports with her just because you've done so much here with Plum that I can tell it's, like, sports is really something for you. That with her, it's just probably going to impact her so much having a dad that's there for her with that.
Thank you for saying that. That's really cool of you to say. Sports are the greatest thing on earth. I say it on my show every single day. In the world that we're in the world that you're growing up in, especially with social media and hearing everything, we are seemingly in the most divided time of all time. Everybody wants to hate everybody. You got to say these bad things to maybe make yourself feel better. Sports are really the one thing that everybody kind of rallies around. You go to a stadium, you go to an arena, you go to a court, there's people from all different backgrounds with all different beliefs, all different everything coming together for one thing. And it's like, that's why I believe sports are great. That's why the We're All Mustangs Here fund is in existence, because I want sports to go. And I hope that my daughter loves sports as much as I do, and hopefully it'll be able to affect her life as much as it affected mine.
My last question for you today is, if there was one thing that you could say to the Plum students that you've reached, what would it be?
Do it. Go do it. Whatever you think you can do, go do. Like, there is literally no limitation on this particular life. Whatever your dream is, figure out a way to accomplish it, and then just execute. There is literally a limitless amount of things that you can accomplish. You just have to have a belief in yourself, a work ethic to do it, and a plan of some sort. And just go take over the world if that's what you want to do. Be the best teacher on earth if that's what you want to do. Just have a belief that you can accomplish anything you want to do. And that is the number one message that every kid needs to hear, is that anything is legitimately possible. It might sound corny, it might sound cliche, but I don't want to say like I'm living proof of that, but there's not just me. There's a lot of people that if you just want something, go get it. Go do it. And I can't wait to see what everybody does.
I think that's great advice. I mean, especially coming from someone also from Plum right now, seeing what you've been able to do so far coming out of here, it is really inspiring just to see that, like, even though we are from like a smaller town in Pittsburgh, we can go far and do big things.
Yes,
so.
And if it's not just me, there's a lot of people that, like, look at Thea. I don't want to say look at Thea, but like look at Thea right now. She is the youngest WWE superstar that they have from Plum. You look at Corey Graves, who's from Monroeville. He's like one of the voices of the WWE. That's just one profession. Like anything that you want to go do. I see these guys on cameras now. They haven't moved one since we started this entire thing. They've been holding on to it, which I appreciate. But it's like you want to go be a director, a producer. You want to be on-air talent. You want to do anything. Like you can accomplish it. And never doubt yourself. Even if people tell you it's wild, it's not. Go get it. Go do it. It's real.
Well, first, I want to say thank you for this interview and for everything you've done with us tonight and just coming out here. But secondly, I want to say thank you as a student athlete just for everything you've done. It's really just like shown us what we really can do with like everything we have and shown us so much more potential that we really do have. So just thank you.
No problem. Thanks for that video.
Of course.
Hey, she's an editor. Hey, on-air talent, editor. You're talking about a full weapon in this new digital age. I'm very thankful for you, thankful for everybody here, and let's keep going.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like that. She wouldn't yell at everybody in this room to shut up, though. So she's got to get that.
Yeah.
That's one thing you're going to have to develop. Just being like, hey, I'm about to do an interview. Stop talking. Your conversation doesn't matter right now. You'll get there one day. And also, there's a lot of adults. You probably shouldn't do that. But you're a weapon. You're a talent. And it was an honor to talk to you.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Cheers. Hey, we're all Mustangs here. Cheers.
Thank you, Pat McAfee, for everything you've done for Plum Athletics. I am now here with Michelle and Tyler Gallagher, along with Bill Evans, who is a good friend of Mr. Barat's. How is everyone this afternoon?
Good.
I'm
Doing
good.
great.
Can't complain.
Great, good to hear. Tyler, how does it feel to be back on the set of the Telethon after being a host in 2019?
Yeah, you know, Tatum, I always love coming back to these things, and especially, you know, I've been starting to put some of these practices. I'm a reporter now up in Erie, so this is kind of just like another day for me, all the equipment here. But, you know, this is the first time I don't really know anybody here, so I feel like I'm getting old, you know, in a way. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I understand, but we're glad you're back. Bill, what inspired you to volunteer at Make-A-Wish, and what have you learned about this experience?
Well, my introduction to Make-A-Wish took place over 30 years ago when my son Stephen, who was a 6th grade student at Adlai Stevenson School, got sick. And lo and behold, he was in Children's Hospital and then Montefiore Hospital, and Stephen received a wish. Now, back 30 years ago, the wish might seem kind of small at this point, but he wanted to meet Dan Marino, and I understand now there's a lot of people who don't know who Dan Marino is. But anyways, unfortunately, Stephen couldn't leave the hospital. So he received, his next wish was for a computer. And that's what was installed in his hospital room. And he was able to smile and be happy at a time in his life when he really didn't have much to be happy about. So that's where it all began 30 some years ago.
That is an absolute beautiful story. Thank you so much for sharing that. Michelle, I understand that you are a Plum alumni. What are some things that stand out about Plum that make you a proud alumni?
So many. I'm just proud of the community in general. I think that being part of the Plum community and everybody that just steps up and does fundraising efforts for the Make-A-Wish or anything or any family in need. I mean, every time you turn around, there's someone posting something on Facebook that needs help within the Plum community, and Plum always delivers. So I think that the people make this such a beautiful community to live in, and I'm proud to be part of it. And I'm proud to be a alumni of Plum High School, and my son is a Plum alumni, and my husband is, and my other two sons. So I think that people make the difference.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. For all of you, what is some advice that you would give to younger TV students to inspire them to continue to TV3?
That's you.
Oh, yeah, I can start. Yeah, so, you know, the thing is with TV, you learn so many skills here, and it doesn't matter if you want to get into communications, whatever you're doing. You learn how to talk to people, to really get a story, to really understand how this sort of side of the world works. And TV3 is definitely an introduction to not only communications, but so much more. And Mr. Barat is absolutely great, and you know, he's a great teacher, and you know, really makes you leave this class feeling that you've learned something.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's all, Tyler. I don't know. Do you have anything to say?
It was great advice. Kind of covered everything. Yeah.
Kind of covered it.
All right, Bill. You have assisted Mr. Barat for many years regarding the telethon and our donations to Make-A-Wish. How did this journey begin?
Well, my youngest son, Michael, was playing basketball, and that's how I met Mr. Barat. This was probably 25 years ago. And basically, he was filming the basketball games. So I was working with Make-A-Wish as a volunteer, as I still am today. I go down one day a week, and I will continue to do so for the rest of my life. But anyways, I was asked to go to I don't want to mention the high school because I think I get in trouble sometimes, but it's a competitor of Plum's. And I went there. So I was asked to go and interview. They were doing the same thing. And this was their 10th. I tell this story. I love this story. This was their 10th year. And their goal was to raise $50,000. So I came back, and I told the staff at Make-A-Wish, Plum can do it. So when I approached Mr. Barat, everybody knows Mr. Barat, bring it on. Basically, let's do this. In the very first year of the telethon, Plum raised over $50,000. Now, if I may share with you, as it stands right now, today in your 24th year, Plum Telethon has raised over it's close to $1.2 million. Now, when you break that down to wishes, that's anywhere between 240 and 250 wishes that you have funded. Please understand, I was a wish father. I can go on and on about what that means, but just understand that you guys are like Michelle was saying, there is no greater place to live than Plumboro.
I couldn't agree more.
Well said, Bill.
Another question for you, Bill.
Get another one.
What is your favorite wish that you've seen a child receive?
Well, one of the things I've done at Make-A-Wish also is I worked with Wish families to help with the wishes. But I still have to say the biggest wish that meant the world to me was that simple little computer that put a smile on my son's face.
Absolutely.
He was playing golf with all the staff at the hospital, and I don't know if they let him beat him, but he was beating them. And the fact is, one time he was laughing so hard that I thought something was wrong. It's just because he was happy. I'll never be able to thank Plum. I'll never be able to thank Make-A-Wish for what you've done for my family.
That is truly amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. Tyler, describe your favorite memory from when you attended Plum High School.
Ooh, this is a good one. I don't think anyone's done something like this. In 2019, a couple students and I, Cole Kelly, Josh Gray, we organized a band versus chorus flag football game. So we had all these chorus band dorks out there on a football field, and it was an absolute shootout of a game. It was like 52-46 on chorus one. Go chorus, by the way. But it was cool because we had to organize the whole thing, talk to the principals, talk to, the field managers, everything, get all that sorted out. We had like student sections, cheerleaders, everything. It was really cool, and I had a blast doing that, so I would say that.
You raised money for the music.
Oh, we did, and yeah, the musical boosters, we charged a little money at the gate and raised money for our band and chorus trip, so it was all towards a good cause as well.
Yeah, that is a very unique memory. I don't think that's definitely
They
something
should bring it
new.
back.
Yeah.
They should.
All right, and my last question for Bill. What are some ways you help the Make-A-Wish Foundation? Describe what tasks you complete during your hours of volunteering.
Wow. Seriously. Unfortunately, we lost my son when he was 12 years old. And right after that, Plumboro, if I may, let me go back 1 minute. There was a Saturday in Plum's history that Plum stopped. Plum Living stopped. And we stopped all the traffic. And it was this young lady's mother who was actively involved in the Future Teachers of America, I believe it was, that we basically, we started a donation. We was going to fund my son's, he was going to go to Wisconsin for a bone marrow transplant, and unfortunately that didn't happen. But anyways, that day, now this is over 30 years ago, that day, Plum raised $19,000. This young lady and this young man's father and I was in the Water Authority building, sitting on the floor, dumping buckets of money that was collected that day. That was the beginning of not only my love affair with Make-A-Wish, but also Plum's. Again, there's no other place to live.
It was such an amazing story. Thank you so much, Bill. Lastly, a little holiday question for you all. What are your favorite holiday dishes?
Okay, mine is, and I'm going to say this for some of you, and I'm going to do the Pittsburgh way you say it and the traditional way.
Of course.
My favorite dish is pierogi, and most people call them pierogies, but we call them pierogi, and Christmas Eve wouldn't be Christmas Eve without them.
Yeah, I like smoked steelhead fish. My Uncle Brian, her brother, makes a killer one. And people don't usually like steelhead, but I don't know. I go nuts for that when it's out on the counter Christmas, so I got to go with that.
And now you're from here, and now you
Yeah,
live
yeah.
here.
No, they're everywhere.
Oh, no answer? Yeah, there we go. All right. That was good answers. Very unique. All right. You guys ready for some Telethon trivia?
Love this part.
Oh, no. Where's Mr. Barad? Oh, no. Okay.
All right. My first question. How many Super Bowl wins do the Steelers have?
6. 6 bird.
Correct. What is the tallest building in Pittsburgh?
Come on, Mom. You got
It's
that.
the UPMC building, the steel building. right?
Correct.
Eyes right.
When was the last time that the Penguins won the Stanley Cup?
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
The 90s.
No, it was not. It was not the 90s. It was 15 or 16, I think, Bill.
Yeah, maybe.
I want to say 16.
15, yeah.
Well, they did
15,
back-to-back.
16.
I think it was 16, 2016.
I'm not.
That is incorrect. It was 2017.
All right, I was-
You were so close.
I was in the 90s, so that's embarrassing.
Who is the only NFL team with an emblem on their helmet?
With an emblem on their helmet.
That's a Tyler again.
What do you mean by an emblem?
These are
Like
sports. I need musical questions.
with an emblem.
Steelers.
Sure, we'll go Steelers. No,
That is correct. It was the Pittsburgh
There
Steelers.
we go.
All right. Last question. Name one rapper that's associated with Pittsburgh.
I can name two.
Go.
Wiz Khalifa, Mac Miller.
Yeah.
Give me Jimmy Wapo too. Bonus.
Both are correct.
Oh, Tyler for the win. And you're coming in.
All right, thank you all for your time. I'd like to send it over to Fisher, who is with our National Honor Society officers.
Thank you, Tatum. I'm here with Plum Senior High School's National Honor Society. I'm with Mason Eber, Bianca Demiria, Riley Moss, and Drew Tucker. How are you enjoying the telethon?
I'm really enjoying it. It's fun working in the back, just being part of this amazing production.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you on that. My first question is for you, Mason. Since you are the Vice President of NHS and the President of Student Government, how do you handle the issues different from each other?
Well, in student government, we deal a lot more with students and administrators, so it's different when we transition to NHS, where like today and this past week has been filled with just working with the TV production students, NHS students, and really just putting this whole show together. And I got to give a shout out to the boys in the back who are doing a fantastic job with transitions, throwing up all the lower thirds. They're doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, the boys in the back are doing a great job at behind the scenes of the show that you guys don't see. My second question is for Bianca. What requirements do the students need to meet to become part of the National Honor Society?
They need a minimum of a 3.75 GPA and some volunteering experience.
Yeah, you have to be pretty smart to join. Next question is for Riley. What is the process of creating new fundraising events?
So we actually have committees in NHS. Like, for example, we have two girls, Mary and Caroline, who did the snowball committee, and they killed it. They raised like over $1,000 with just their committee because they like planned everything. They made an Instagram page for it.
Yeah, you guys do have some great events and fundraisers, you do. Being part of the group is a privilege. What standards do you hold to the members? Hand it to Mason.
We hold our members to pretty high standards because we're a very important group, and we like to help our community and just give every opportunity we can. So in that case, every member has to show up to meetings, volunteer hours. It's just very important that everybody does their fair share.
That is a great way to put it. Drew, what advice would you give to students who are interested in joining the NHS?
I would say always be willing to be present. Don't skip out on meetings. Don't skip out on fundraisers. Just be there or be square.
Yeah, that's a great answer. Lastly, if you could be one reindeer from Santa's sleigh, which one would you be and why?
I'd say Comet, just an awesome name.
I'd say Cupid. I love love.
Nice.
I would say Dasher. I'm always trying to get my work done fast.
I would say Donner.
Any specific reason why, or just Donner? No reason. Well, that is all.
If you would, please remember, if you would like to donate to Make-A-Wish, you can do it now through Plum's name. Please call 412-471-WISH. Again, that is 412-471-9474. It is time for Luca to speak with the Plum Middle School film crew.
I'm now joined by Plum Middle School film crew, Reagan Flanagan and Emma Fisher. How are you both doing today?
I'm doing pretty good.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good, thank you for asking. Knowing that you would be returning to one of your former schools, what were you most looking forward to and why?
Definitely getting to interact with my old teachers and seeing how the school has changed since I've been there.
I think it was really fun just kind of see everyone and just see how much things have changed.
I'm sure your old teachers were happy to see you guys. What are some things you experienced while you were filming?
I think we experienced a lot of funny moments, but I think the best thing we experienced was definitely the positivity.
Definitely seeing like the kids and getting to do something nice and raising money for Make-A-Wish.
It's nice. What was the most memorable moment during the filming at Plum Middle School and why?
I think the most memorable moment was definitely just seeing like the teachers and just having fun.
I think filming the Powder Puff game was the most memorable moment because we got to interact with the kids and sell like money for Make-A-Wish.
I'm glad you guys have that memory. Can you walk us through the process of how filming came together?
My group and I definitely had a lot of like creative ideas, and I think it was really cool for us to see all of our ideas come to life.
It was cool to brainstorm ideas with our group and all like take a part in like filming and seeing it all come together in the end.
How did it feel about the opportunity to be a part of something that could potentially make a child's wish come true?
I think it feels really nice to be able to like help out and just see like people's dreams come true.
I'm really grateful to be part of something as great as this and like taking the opportunity to make a kid's wish come true.
It really is a good cause. Yeah. And lastly, how are you both planning on spending your holiday break?
Definitely relaxing and spending time with family.
Me too, spending time with family and friends.
I'll be doing a lot of that. Thank you, Reagan and Emma, for coming down. I think it's time we watch the Plum Middle School video you guys put together for us.
with one of the ladies working the concession stand. What drinks are you offering, and what has been the most popular, and why do you think so?
Well, we have hot chocolate, coffee, and of course all the Pepsi products, water and Gatorade. The most popular has definitely been hot chocolate because it is freezing out today.
Have you seen more parents or students, and what do you think the most popular food they are ordering?
I think we've seen more parents coming up once, but it's definitely been more students because they come up numerous times.
All right, and what is the estimated sales, and what are your thoughts on all the proceeds going to Make-A-Wish?
Oh, the estimated sales, I'd say probably 200 to 300. 200 was last year. I think we're doing a little better this year, and I think it's fantastic that all the proceeds get to go to Make-A-Wish, and I'm very happy to be a part of it.
All right, and what's your favorite holiday dish?
Definitely stuffing. Stuffing and gravy is my favorite.
I agree. Okay, now let's send it back to highlights.
Hello, my name is Reagan Flanagan, and tonight we are at the Plum Middle School Powder Puff game where they are selling ducks for Make-A-Wish. Tonight I am with
Ricky Springer, Presley Staraniak, Snehal Saha.
How much are you selling the ducks for, and how much are the croc gems, and what is more popular?
We are selling the croc gems and the ducks for $1 each, and right now the croc gems are leading it for most popularity.
What is the goal profit for the proceeds, and what difference are you hoping to make by donating to Make-A-Wish?
Well, the goal is to get as much money as we can, and we're just trying to raise as much money as we can to make a kid's wish come true.
What are some holiday traditions that you're looking most forward to?
Opening presents under the tree and eating cookies.
That sounds really fun. And finally, who do you think will win, 7th grade or 8th grade?
8th grade. 7th grade. 7th grade.
Well, thanks, guys. Now let's send it back for some more highlights.
Hello, my name is Angela Maranga, and I'm here with Miss Anderson, the head student government of Plum Middle School. What inspired you to sell croc jam and ducks for Make-A-Wish, and how much do you think you profit of it?
We decided on crock rivets and the ducks because the students really like the Lucky Ducks, and crocks are a super big hit at the school, so we figured it would be a huge hit with our students. And we're hoping to profit close to $500 because we have 400 ducks and at least 100 crock rivets, so we're hoping to sell all of them.
What upcoming events are you planning to have, and how do you think you will go along with it?
We're hoping to do a rock, paper, scissors contest at the school, which we will sell bead necklaces, and the students will get to buy them for $1. And then one day we'll all go to the gym and compete and play rock, paper, scissors, and whoever has the most necklaces at the end will win.
What type of snacks are being sold at the concession stand, and what do you think is the most popular?
They have different candies and different chips. I think the most popular snack down at the concession stand is going to be a Reese's.
And lastly, what's your favorite Christmas movie?
My favorite Christmas movie is The Grinch. I think it's hilarious, and he brings a silliness to the Christmas spirit.
Thank you, Miss Anderson. Let's send it back to the studio. I'm Angela Malanga. I'm a TV2 student at Plum High School, and today I'm here with
Trey.
So, are you planning to buy beads at lunch?
I didn't bring money today because I didn't know it was happening, but I will tomorrow.
What door do you think will win the contest and why?
I think Mr. Puchka's will because they're putting a lot of effort into it.
What are you planning to do for the rock, paper, scissors competition?
I think I'm going to try to win by using strategy.
And lastly, what's your favorite thing about Christmas?
Probably the presents.
Cool. Now let's send this back to some more highlights.
Hi, my name is Johnny Frizzoli, and I'm a Plum TV2 student at Plum Senior High School. Today I am here with
Rocco Frizzoli.
Are you planning on buying beads at lunch?
I might, depending on how much money they are.
What door do you think will win the contest and why?
I think Mrs. Walters' class will because I'm helping in that class and we're doing some cool stuff.
What are you planning to do for the rock, paper, scissors competition?
I don't really have a strategy, but I'm probably going to win.
And lastly, what do you like most about Christmas?
Being with my family and cousins and getting gifts.
Thank you, Rocco. Now let's send it back for some more highlights.
Hello, my name is Emma Fisher. I'm a TV2 student at Plum Senior High School, and today I'm interviewing
Mr. Depew.
What theme are you going for your decorated door?
Basically, we go in the back supply room and pull out every piece of paper we can, and we make something with it.
Sounds pretty cool. How many beads do you think the student government will sell during lunch?
Beads?
Yeah.
Hopefully thousands. That's the goal, right?
Yeah.
As many as they can.
How many beads do you think the winner of the rock, paper, scissors competition will have?
How many beads will they have?
Yeah.
1,000, Emma? Is that good?
Sounds pretty good to me.
That sounds about right.
And what is your favorite Christmas cookie?
So I know that's a good question. I don't eat sweets.
Really?
No. But if I did, peanut butter ones with the chocolate on it. You know what I'm talking about?
Hershey Kisses?
Yeah, those ones. If I ate sweets.
That sounds pretty good. Let's send it back to some more highlights.
School presents Make-A-Wish with $2,085 check. Merry Christmas!
Great job, Plum Middle School, for raising $2,085. This brings our grand total to $25,422.25. A big congratulations and thank you to all the students who helped fundraise for Make-A-Wish. Please remember, if you would like to donate to Make-A-Wish, you could do it through Plum's name. Please call 412-471-WISH. That is 412-471-9474. Now let's send it over to JJ with our high school film crew.
Thanks, Luca. I'm joined here with our very own Plum High School film crew, Marco Tomasino and Luke Hoberg. How are you guys doing today?
Good.
It's good. My first question here I have for Marco is, what were some issues that arose while filming?
Some issues we had while filming were we had to make sure the camera was properly balanced before we started, make sure it was properly adjusted to the light, and we had to make sure everybody was centered inside the camera frame.
Yeah, it is definitely very important. Luke, filming is only half the battle in creating these videos. Can you tell me how the editing process went?
So first we would kind of get all the videos, we would put them together and try to make it the best that we can. And I'd say that I'm like more of a leader in my group. And I mean, Marco helped out too, but me and Marco were really working together, trying to make it the best that we can.
Yeah, and those leadership qualities will really carry on further in life
yeah.
and help you in your further careers.
Yeah.
Marco, planning to film these videos can be a challenge. Walk me through your group's planning process for your filming.
So first we had to plan out the type of shots we were going to take and how we were going to do them. Then we had to get all of our teachers to accept that we could leave the building to go film. And then we came down to Mr. Barat's room, grabbed all the equipment, packed it up in our cars, and headed to the film site.
Yeah, that's really awesome. And you guys did a really good job.
Thank you.
For both of you, is TV production something you both see yourselves pursuing professionally in the future? If not, what else would you want to chase?
I haven't narrowed down my college yet or what major I want to study, but I could see TV productions being in that.
I could also see that it would be a fun thing to do, but yeah.
Yeah, that's really awesome. I look forward to seeing what you guys decide.
Yeah.
Luke, I have one more question for you.
Okay.
What would you say was your favorite part of being able to film and edit this video?
I don't know, just like going to different places is fun, and just like, you know, having the atmosphere is fun, and just being around the cameras I like.
Yeah, I can remember from my experience last year, I went to Pivot, and it was a really good experience for me. It definitely exposed me to TV production.
Yeah, you meet a lot
of
new people.
prepare for this, preparing for the telethon. But yeah, it is a very good experience, and I'm excited to see what you guys put together.
Thank you.
Last question for both of you. Would you rather decorate a Christmas tree or a gingerbread house?
Gingerbread house.
I'm definitely gonna have to go Christmas tree here. It's more colorful. There's a lot more lights, and it's just overall better than gingerbread house for sure.
Well, we have a controversy here, so I'm gonna have to go gingerbread house.
Yep.
Just
gingerbread
because
house it is.
I like to eat the candy as I'm doing it. You can
Yeah, you can eat
understand
candy.
that?
Candy.
Yeah.
You can't eat the tree,
really
can you?
eat
Can't eat
Christmas
the tree.
lights. You can't really eat Christmas lights, but I could still see how decorating a Christmas tree is fun. Thank you both for your time today. Now let's go see the video that Marco and Luke put together.
coincides obviously with our 24th annual Make-A-Wish Telethon. Before I begin, I want to thank the string quartet for the music tonight. Thank you very much. And I want to remind all the parents and the students also, we have silent auction items. Gary from Pugliano's put a table out here to give us more room, so the silent auction items are also...
Hi, I'm Katie DePalma, and I would like to thank all the businesses and families that donated towards our silent auction for Mr. Make-A-Wish Center. So thank you to the Eber family, the Taylor family, the DePalma family, the PC family, Raschuti family, the MLB, Salon Bellamia, East Suburban Sports Medicine Center, Tito's, John Anthony's, Nesbitt's, The Lot, Bribe Squawk, Sampson Family YMCA, Beltrees, and Stanford.
161 days. Our daughter endured 33 rounds of chemotherapy, 38 port sticks, 38 port dressing changes, 23 provider visits, 54 PT and OT sessions, to which she still carries over weekly today. 5 MRIs, which require full sedation, 3 X-rays, 1 ICU stay, 5 hospital visits, 4 surgeries, and 18 missed days of kindergarten. But we are here and we are thriving, so all is well. During that time, we were so focused on just getting to the next provider, to the next appointment, or the next scan, or just getting through the next thing, that we had no idea how bad we needed a break.
Until late, you'll be here cleaning up late. So if I'm not in school tomorrow, don't worry. I'll be there Friday, okay? Depends on what time we get moving, but it's been 2 long nights, so I'm sure you're never here at 7. Okay, but at this time, I'd like to hand it over once again to Katie and Yen.
So for a $300 like dinner gift card assortment, that goes to the Lion family. Okay, for one of our game baskets, that goes to the Pilar family. Our family funded at Nesbitt's go to the Strop K family.
Kind of just slid right in. We were doing video yearbooks at the time, which, now I'm starting to age myself. With a lot of the parents here, yearbooks were such a big thing. We also did video yearbooks, which were on a VCR tape. Now, for the students here, you have no idea what I'm talking about. But for the parents, VCR tape was you put the tape in your VCR, and you hit play, and you watch the video, whether it was Alf or whatever you recorded. So we did these video yearbooks, and my wife was telling me for a couple years, you might be the only teacher still editing and working in June and July. You need to shift gears and figure out something else to do. And at the time, the gentleman here, Bill Evans, who volunteers at Make-A-Wish, I had his son, Mike, he was telling me about, hey, the Fox Chapel School District does, and they were in their 10th year in '99, they do these Make-A-Wish telethons. You should look into that. So I went over with a couple students, one of them, Margie Evans, who's our former assistant superintendent, her son, Tony Benora, a couple others, and we saw what Fox Chapel did. And they collected all their money in one day. Steph, do they still do it?
They change charities every couple of years. They still do it. Not for Make-A-Wish.
We won't talk about it. We don't like them anyhow because of soccer. So Fox Chapel, the way they did it, and they had, back in the 90s, they had their own TV studio. The gentleman there that taught TV, Doug Martin, really nice guy. And they had the capabilities in the mid-90s, they could hit that magic easy button like on the Staples commercial, and they can go live to all of their elementary buildings, and they had huge fish tanks, and people would come up on the day of their telethon and just like you'd see a regular telethon, drop off money in their fish tank. And I thought to myself, just starting TV productions at Plum, there's no way in God's creation we could ever do something like that. So we would have to have fundraising activities that occurred in all the buildings in the district, and we can do a Make-A-Wish telethon and show highlights of all the fundraising activities that occurred. So I can remember, now if there are Plum parents in here, I walked into my principal's office, his name was John Retesic, just passed over a couple years ago. We love Mr. Retesic, and I said, Mr. Retesic, I have this idea. Fox Chapel does it, these Make-A-Wish telethons.
As the 2024 annual telethon comes to an end, I would like to thank everyone who showed up to be interviewed and everyone who helped put this together and make it possible for us to help these children get their wishes. At this moment, the numbers for the total are being added up by the National Honor Society members. Once they are finished, we will be able to announce the new 2024 total for the 24th year for the Plum High School annual telethon.
I want to express my gratitude to all the interviewees and everyone who worked tirelessly to really make this show come to life. I am very grateful to have been selected as a host for this year's telethon, and most importantly, having a role in helping children's wishes come true. It brings me great honor to reveal the 2024 Plum Senior High School's total. The total of Plum Senior High School is $27,210.50. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us for this year's incredible show, and where we have brought many dreams around the world to life. Have a wonderful night and happy holidays.
It goes without saying that a lot of attention and hard work is needed to have a successful Make-A-Wish telethon. Mr. Broad's dedication and support of the students endeavor over the years and has not gone unnoticed. To the TV3 students, National Honor Society, student producers, floor directors, and control room operators for their commitment, for the framework of commitment with the telethon. A heartfelt thank you to all of our guests and everyone associated with the event. Each one of you brought a personal touch of inspiration that continues to represent the best of the Plumboro community. Now it's time for the 2024 Plum Senior High School Make-A-Wish Telethon total. Can we get a drum roll, please? The Plum Senior High School total of the 2024 Make-A-Wish Telethon is $53,075.58.
I am so thankful to be a part of this production, and I will always remember this opportunity. I would like to thank the National Honor Society for putting in so much effort into fundraising, as well as the TV3 students for their dedication to making this year's telethon fantastic. I want to give an extra special thank you to our student producers this year, Mason Eber, Angelina Barclay, Danielle Pesey, and Katie DePalma. Please give them a round of applause for their efforts. Last but not least, thank you to the man who has been making this happen for 24 years now, Mr. Barat. Thank you for all the effort and support that you've given to us students. Now, for the moment you have all been waiting for, our all-time grand total for our Make-A-Wish telethon. Drum roll, please. Our all-time grand total for our Make-A-Wish telethon is $1,193,607.29. Thank you to the entire district. Without you all, we truly could not have reached this number.
As we wrap up this year's Make-A-Wish Telethon, I want to extend my heartfelt thank you to everyone who made this event possible. A special thank you to all the volunteers, sponsors, and most importantly, the community of Plum for your unwavering support. Your generosity is what makes this event such a success, and it's because of you that we can make a lasting difference in the lives of children with critical illnesses. A huge shout out to Mr. Barat, whose guidance and passion continue to inspire us year after year. And of course, to everyone who donated, tuned in, or stopped by today. You're the reason we can bring hope to so many deserving kids. Now, I am passing you to our 4 remaining hosts and Mr. Barat, our remaining host with the man himself, Mr. Barat.
To finish off this year's Make-A-Wish Telethon, it is my honor to introduce Plum's very own television productions teacher, National Honor Society sponsor, and quite literally the man behind it all, Mr. Barat. Mr. Barat, what are your overall thoughts about this year's telethon and what all went into making it happen?
Well, thanks. Excuse me. Thanks for the introduction, TJ. Wasn't necessary, but very kind. This year was a little bit different because Thanksgiving was pushed back a week. So we started in the middle of November with the planning with Angelina Barclay and Mason Eber. Bianca was there, Katie, Danny, and we planned out the show. We knew we had 12 or 13 videos. We knew we had about 85 or 90 guests. So we kind of had to fit it all together. And then we kind of turned it over to the host, the 4 of you, the 5 other hosts, where you had to research who you're interviewing, excuse me, and figure out, introductions, conclusions, what holiday question you'd like to ask, so on and so forth. So that all went into it, and that just doesn't start again in the middle of December. That started in November, and actually we started to make lists like right after Halloween. So overall, the show as well. Like, I'm looking at the time now. It's just after 3:30. I mean, it's hard to believe that we locked down this room at 6:30 in the morning and we were here at 5 in the morning, with the superintendents were here. And, I don't know. I say this every year. I mean, it's the longest day of the year, but it seems to go pretty quick. I mean, I've been in this chair now 2 or 3 times practicing the conclusion. And it's just blown right through. So all in all, I mean, it was a great show. It was fun to do this. It's year 24, just totally flabbergasted. We knew from the other buildings that we had close to 35 or 36,000 coming in, and whatever we raised for Make-A-Wish, we raised. It is what it is. But the donations kept on rolling in for the day, and just like last year, like we left here and we raised another $500-600. I think there's probably more to come. So it's just totally shocked and humbled by the amount.
Yeah, it really was a lot of hard work, but in the end, it really, truly did pay off.
No doubt.
Mr. Barat, I have a question. Is there anything from this year's telethon that stood out from years past?
This year was a little bit different, Cassandra. We, with the new TriCaster in the back, Jeff was here just about maybe an hour ago with the lights, and I probably shouldn't have looked up, but with the lights, adding the new LED lights. So play little tricks with the camera and stuff. So that was a little different. I mean, we're pushing almost 9 hours now, which is with one teacher and a bunch of students, which is like truly insane for me. Like Mike Clark always says, like he appreciates like what they do for Project Bundle Up, and he'll put our telethon. We're having a little light issue now, I guess. That's okay. They'll stay on or they'll go off. Turn on have them shut off the light board in the back and turn on the classroom lights. So, but I guess someone's telling us we raised a big amount. So, but to have our only technical difficulties right at the end, maybe that's God telling us something, not to bring church into school. But, it was to go almost 9 hours with a bunch of students was truly amazing.
That was truly amazing, Mr. Barat, and we really all want to thank you for making this all an opportunity for all of us and just being who you are.
Sure.
What steps do you and the students make while creating the telethon?
Well, Fish, as I said, we started off in the middle of November, and, your process, like when you're looking up who Jeff Waller is or who Pat Muldowney is or who Mike Clark is, any of our guests that were here, Bubba and Mel, Jen Mascaro, you can't just like make up questions randomly. You have to research them, And as I've taught you in class, we have to have open-ended questions. We can't have questions answered with one word or a yes or no response. So that's really important. So, the proofreading we did going into Thanksgiving break was amazing. So, as we're having another light issues, we come down to the end. So, turn on the classroom lights. So, but go ahead. Yeah, so that's what went in. So,
well, you guys did a lot of great hard work, and I'm glad I was chosen to be a host for this year's telethon. Thank
Fish
you, Mr.
wouldn't have
Broad.
it any other way.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Barat, what are you looking forward to in years to come?
Well, Madeline, year 25 is next year, so that's obviously a big year. And now that we hit 1.19 million from a little bit ago, I mean, we're $32,000 away from 1.25 million, which is kind of truly amazing. So, will year 25, I'm assuming, will be at 1.25. So that's kind of a, a neat number. But we have to do something special. So all the guests that were here today, Maddie, I asked Chris Mahler, Pat Muldowney, Mike Clark, Bubba, and Mel. I said, what will we do? What will we do for year 25? And so they all said, hey, we'll get back to you in the next month or two. Bubba and Mel said it'd be really nice to run our show out of here. And then we can just walk right over and do the telethon. He goes, you deserve it. You've raised so much money for Make-A-Wish. So that would be fascinating. So, and then I have to call the Pat McAfee group and see what they want to do. But, I mean, those guys are really busy because, it's college football season right now, and they're a little busy. So, but we'll worry about that. We're just trying to get through year 24 here, so.
Yeah, that really is amazing. And all of Plumborough School District is glad Mr. Barat continues to carry on this tradition and allows a student to participate in the show. Mr. Barat, do you have any closing remarks?
Yes, I do. Thanks, Maddie. On behalf of my television production students and the TV classes and the National Honor Society, I'd like to thank everyone involved in this year's 24th Annual Make-A-Wish Telethon. I'd like to thank Dr. Walsh, our superintendent, for his support, along with the school board and the high school administration for their tremendous effort. Next, I'd like to thank the generosity of the community of Plum, because with all the call-ins and all the amount that was donated today, it was truly amazing. Like I said, we had close to 35 or 36,000 when the telethon started. So I'd like to thank them. And also I'd like to thank, so many donations came in. Nesbitt Lanes, TJD Spread Positivity, the Knights of Columbus, the Jen Mascaro team, Eddie Edwards, also the Plum Mustang Foundation, First Steps Driving, East Suburban Sports Medicine, the Favreau family, the Raschuti Enterprise, Alex Carrozza, Coast and Maine Seafood and Chop House, and also Golden Mile Dental, and Maddie Nisley. I want to thank them for their donations. Also coming in on this last day of school before the holiday break, Chris Mahler was here from 93.7 The Fan, Mike Clark from WTAE, Jenna Harner from WPXI, Rich Walsh from KDKA TV, Bubba and Mel from 100.7, Pat Muldowney from Apple TV. I want to thank them for their time today. Also, huge thanks goes to all the buildings in the district for their hard work and effort, starting off with O-Block Elementary with building rep Robin Pedley, Pivot Elementary with building rep Jen Kemmer, Mike Gottner, and Jen Barat. Holiday Park Intermediate School with building rep Michelle Corna and Bruce Schaefer, and Plum Middle School with building rep Mandy Anderson. They deserve a round of applause for their hard work and effort. A special thanks goes to the high school student body for their support during our snowball competition and also our 11th period competition. Also for the students in the National Honor Society that helped out, and also my TV production classes who put in tons of hours over the last couple weeks. I want to thank them for their support. Without the organizational efforts of the National Honor Society, our total of just over $27,000 would not have been possible. They deserve a round of applause. I'd also like to thank my co-sponsor in the National Honor Society. I think he was down here with a trophy earlier, Matt Magnuson, for his support. Also, the NHS board for their organizational efforts, Bianca DeMaria, Drew Tucker, Mason Eber, and Riley Moss. They did an excellent job. Also, the committees for Snowball, Flocking, the Make-A-Wish Dinner Committee, and the Flocking Committee, they all did a great job, along with the 11th Period Competition Committee. Lastly, there's a couple students that went above and beyond over the last couple weeks in preparation for the telethon. Angelina Barclay, Mason Eber, Danny Pesey, Katie DePalma did a great job. In the back, Ryan Grimm, Eli Washcheck, who wasn't here today, but he helped. Josh Curry, Logan Hanscom, Brady McLaughlin, TM, a.k.a. Noah Smith, Jordan Stead, Garrett Chandler, Luca Lapiana, thank you very much. Obviously, all the floor directors did a great job, the camera operators, everyone who subbed in for an interview, our greeters also, everyone in the control room. It takes a village to do this, and everyone that's been through this process completely understands that. Then before I end, I'd like to say please stay tuned for our outtakes, and also our 24-year total is $1.19 million, which is truly insane. So December 20th, 2024 is a great day, not only for the school district in Plum, but also for the community. Let that sink in a moment once again, $1.19 million. I hope everyone has a happy and safe holiday. Good job, everybody. I don't want a camera to fall.
Three, two, one. Yeah, you didn't fade it. Oh, you don't have to fade it.
Send it back to the...
Send it back to the
A pumpkin a fruit or a vegetable?
A vegetable.
That's wrong.
Wave to the camera. Wave. It's for the outtakes. The outtakes.
Smile big.
Can you explain what this fundraiser is for? Yeah, you gotta say it.
Gobble, 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 gobble.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey!
Those are some pretty creative names. How? I just froze.
Hi, my name's Samir Jerry, and I'm here with Ian, and we're going to be doing some Thanksgiving.
We're going to have a race down at the 20.
So that's not going to work.
About some holiday themed questions. Sorry, restart. Sorry, I was not locked in.
What's
Can you give me your best gobble impression?
No.
Timmy, can you give me your best gobble impression?
Gobble, gobble, gobble.
Gobble, gobble. Back to you.
Been teaching for 22 years.
That's all the questions we have for today. Thank you, Anthony, for participating in the Make-A-Wish.
How much are you selling?
What's your favorite Thanksgiving food? Chicken nuggets. Sing me a Christmas carol. All right, go ahead.
Last Christmas, I gave you my heart, but the very next day, I gave it away.
Good, you can go on.